some logistics, and then I'll turn it over to Mike and hopefully Susan to walk through the agenda and take any questions about the agenda, and then we'll move through the agenda. And I see we have most of our guests already logged in from BOEM. Thank you very much. And from the National Marine Fisheries Service, ODF&W, and others, and a couple of council members. So thank you for joining us. My name is Kerry Griffin. I'm a staff officer with the Pacific Fishery Management Council. This is a publicly noticed meeting of the Council's Ad Hoc Marine Planning Committee. We have these meetings in advance of every council meeting, or almost every council meeting. We typically don't have marine planning on the agenda for the April meetings because they're so close. The March and April council meetings are very close together, and so we typically address what we need to at the March meeting, and then if there's anything that comes up, we can put in a supplemental report for the April meeting. But anyway, when the council formed the committee, they asked, everyone please mute yourself. If you haven't already, just to cut down on background noise. But anyway, so the council directed us to have these meetings about 5 to 6 weeks ahead of every council meeting so that we can consider what's coming down the pike, what's of interest, and consider any actions or recommendations that the committee would like to make for the council. We put the report in the advanced briefing book so that everyone has a chance to look at it, digest it, and hopefully we cover all the items that that are needed to be covered. And the idea is that then we don't need to have a bunch of supplemental reports from the other advisory bodies with the council. However, when we do miss something, or if an advisory body thinks that something needs a little bit more elucidation or clarification, then that's fine. They can submit a supplemental report as needed. So that's just a little background for those who are not familiar or very familiar with the Marine Planning Committee. As I mentioned, please keep yourself muted. We like to use the raise hand feature if you would like to speak, or if you have a question. Because this is a Marine Planning Committee meeting, we give priority to Marine Planning Committee members. However, we don't have a ton of people on this, and so if you have some, clarifying question or whatever, and you're not on the committee, feel free to raise your hand. We do have the chat feature opened on this Ring Central call. Please use that only for like technical questions or to post links to documents that we're talking about or that sort of thing. Do not have side conversations that are substantive in nature in the chat. It's too hard to have, competing, conversations going on. So feel free to use the chat feature, but only for, sort of technical or post information or that sort of thing. Let's see, I think there was one more thing. Oh, I'm going to start recording. All these meetings are recorded, and then we post the link to the recording. Oh, did you already start recording? Yes, you did. Thanks, Mike.
I did.
I just noticed that. Oh, there, it's in our notes too. Good job. Yeah, so we post the link to the recordings on this meeting webpage. It usually takes a day or two. But for people who want to review a particular presentation or the whole meeting, it will be available. So with that, let me just say one more thing for the committee members. At the end of the agenda today, we'll talk about next steps and putting together the report that we need to put in the briefing book and that sort of things. But if there are any technical questions about the logistics of the meeting today, I'll take them. Otherwise, I will turn it over to Mike Conroy, one of the co-chairs of the MPC.
Yeah, thanks for that, Kerry. And just As we go through today's agenda, and then Carrie's put it up on the floor, we'll get on the screen. We've got Nessie, who is still here, to provide us a BOEM update in about 5 minutes for 30 or so minutes. And then we've got Lila, who I saw on, and I believe Lisa will also be joining us to go over the report that a document that they produced, I think it was last month, with regard to the socioeconomic characterization of West Coast fisheries with regard to offshore wind developments. Then we'll have a public comment period after that presentation, then we'll take about an hour-long lunch. Then we'll come back from lunch and we'll discuss sort of that cumulative impacts and data gap document that we started to bounce around. God, it had to have been about a year ago now. And I know Susan's been working hard on that. Jessica's been working hard on that. And we'll have a conversation about that. More fully develop what we want to present during the November council meeting. And then we'll go through and do our typical state updates and tribal updates. And then after that, we will come back and I believe talk about our discussion and future workload planning. As Carrie noted, we'll go through the timeline of developing the report for submission to the briefing book. Just real quick, it's going to be another tight turnaround. I think that in our conversations, Susan, Carrie, and I had hoped that we would have initial drafts of sections 5 days from today, which I believe would be Monday. So sorry in advance. We're doing that because our report is due no later than the 18th. So we will be working through that. As we go through these agenda items, if there's something that stands out and you want to volunteer, as opposed to Carrie volunteering you, any help that we can get in drafting these sections will be very helpful. And yeah, that's what I got. Are there any questions or comments or concerns about the agenda or anything along those lines? I am seeing none, Mr. Griffin.
I also am seeing none. So say if Nessie's ready to go, we can turn to the BOEM update.
Great. Good morning, everyone. Apologies. I got booted out when I started doing my video, so no video today. Good morning. Thanks for the opportunity to provide a quick update. Don't really have too much. I'm sure by now you've seen the BOEM press release for Oregon, in which we delayed the October 15th auction just because there was insufficient bidder interest. So we're not going forward with the auction as planned. And my understanding is the state is continuing to develop their strategic roadmap for offshore wind. So we'll see where any offshore wind off Oregon could be resumed. There's no future dates or anything like that right now. And then the other thing that's happening is the draft programmatic EIS for the 5 leased areas offshore California. I think we've provided some updates before. I think we're still tracking publication of the draft by mid-November. And, obviously we'll consider the holiday schedule when we determine the length of the public comment period. I don't think there's any decision on that yet. And then again, related to California, we're not doing any planning yet for any additional leasing off of California. We're trying to have conversations with the tribes first. And so nothing formal is happening off of California for the second set of leasing. Those are really the only updates that I have. I do want to introduce another BOEM staff member to you today, and I see her. So Ellen Willis Norton. She's a biologist. She's recently joined the BOEM Pacific region, so she will kind of take the role that Ingrid was taking, which is really the liaisoning with the PFMC. You won't be rid of me, and Rick and Doug will be around, obviously, to provide updates, but on a regular basis, it would be Ellen that will be coordinating with you. And I don't know, Ellen, if you want to say a few words. And
Yeah, sure. I don't know if I'm worried if I turn my video on, I'll get kicked off as well. I'll just say that I'm looking forward to working with you all. Yeah, I'm brand new. I'm coming from UC Santa Barbara, where I was a postdoctoral researcher looking at the impacts of fishery exclusion from the 5 lease areas in California. And I have a PhD in ecology and evolutionary biology, focusing on California fisheries. And I know a few of you folks from UC Santa Barbara work and beforehand, but looking forward to meeting all the others and working with you all. So thank you.
great. Thank you, Ellen. So I think Karen, Mike, that's all from the BOEM side, unless you guys have any questions.
Yeah, thanks, Nessie. I have a couple of questions, and if any other folks from the Marine Planning Committee have any questions, if you could just go ahead and raise your hands. The delay of the lease sale off Oregon, when you plan, if and or when you plan to hold that auction, would that, and I forget what bill it was that required an offshore oil and gas sale for the same amount of acres, would because you've delayed that sale, you wouldn't have to wait to have an oil and gas sale that meets those acreage, or how does that interplay work?
Correct. So the linkage is there, and so I mean it's too late to to do anything more for the oil, to piggyback on the last oil sale, because we would have had to issue a lease by December of this year, so we would have to wait until the next lease sale.
And then, since no one else has raised their hands yet, I guess I'll keep going. Given that Oregon withdrew from the Intergovernmental Task Force, what approach is BOEM going to take on engagement with Oregon and Oregon stakeholders as sort of as an alternative to that?
I think we're suspending because we're not planning for offshore wind off of Oregon. So I don't we're suspending any renewable energy task force meetings or coordination at this time.
Okay, thank you. And then I see 2 hands up. Scott.
Yeah, thank you. Hi, Nessie. Thank you for your introduction and explanation. Question: if this pauses for a while, the BOEM lease off Oregon, is there any sort of expiration when the current process is expired and in a sense you'd have to start over again, or is it kind of just an indefinite pause that could go on for years?
I mean, obviously, any decision going forward would have to be based on best available information at the time. We've never really had a history of this, so I can't tell. There's no statutory or in the regulation a time period where things like the final sale notice expire. So, but if we were to do anything new in Oregon, we would have to make sure that whatever decisions going forward is still based on the best available information at that time.
Okay, thank you.
Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Thanks, Nessie, for being here again. I was curious about what you heard or what you think of why there was a lack of interest in the lease auction. Did the developers provide you with some insight into what they're looking for, or what wasn't there? Yeah, just kind of wondering if you have any information on that along those lines. Excuse me.
So really, there are certain things that needed to happen for a bidder to want to participate in the lease auction, such as providing a bidder's financial form like prior to the auction, and we only got one. So it's not like the bidders came to us and gave us a reason for why they're not participating. It's just, there are certain things that need to be submitted for folks to participate in the auction. And we did not get sufficient, we only we didn't get sufficient bidder interest for that first leg, which was the bidder's financial form. And I would just be, guessing. So I think as to, what's going on in the heads of the developer, but I mean, clearly, it's the path to market, perhaps. But I probably should leave it at that and, let industry speak for themselves.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for that, Corey. And then Nessie, I have a couple of other questions. I think it was 2 years ago now, BOEM published draft fisheries mitigation guidance. Do you have any insights on if and or when that may be made final?
Those guidelines are usually kept sort of draft just because it's meant to be evergreen. I believe the last mitigation agreement was more focused on the Atlantic. And so we'll continue to, work on that for the Pacific. But there's no final fisheries mitigation guidance. It's still continuing to be in the works, and it will be aligned with what's more appropriate for the Pacific.
Thank you for that.
And there's no schedule as to, when we think we would have that. So.
All right, and then my final question, I promise.
Okay, no worries.
Given the Governor's Inslee express an intention not to ask for the establishment of an intergovernmental task force for the state of Washington, what is the status of those unsolicited lease requests off of Washington? Are they just continuing to hang out there as being there, but no further action planned?
Yeah, there's no further action plan. We obviously, we do leasing to facilitate state goals. And so, at this time, those unsolicited lease requests will continue to not receive any action. I mean, they did submit fees, so we'll probably have to refund those. Not a whole bunch of money, but yeah, we're not doing anything off of Washington.
Okay, thank you. And then I see Susan posted in the chat a link to the BOEM press release for those of you interested. And then anybody else have any questions for Nessie or BOEM? It's like you're getting off easy this time.
Great, thank you. Have a good week, everyone.
Thank you, Nessie, and welcome, Ellen and Ingrid and Rick. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, Carrie.
Yes, sir.
I think you need to elevate Lisa to presenter status.
Yeah, and Lisa and Lila, are you guys ready? We're ahead of schedule.
Yep, that's no problem.
Great. I am trying. Oh, did someone? No. Okay, there we go. And Lila. Okay, Lisa and Lila, you have moderator status, so you can share your screen. There you go. I see the slides.
Okay,
All right, great. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, well, thank you. And thanks to Lisa for being here. So in February of last year, you may recall that Dr. Lisa Pfeiffer and I presented an overview to the MPC of this effort before we got started. I'm going to put a link to that presentation in the chat there. And we sought feedback on some of the elements of this report. And so with this report, BOEM sought to better understand the socioeconomic characteristics of West Coast fisheries in relation to offshore wind development. And so we entered into an interagency agreement with them to share relevant experience from fisheries management that is relevant to offshore wind, by providing an overview of West Coast fisheries data and assessment methods that NIMS and the council have used in fisheries actions. And so important point here to stress is that this report is not trying to tell BOEM what to do, but it's rather just sharing relevant information from fisheries management, and providing recommendations for what else may be necessary. For instance, certain types of data to consider and assess offshore wind impacts on West Coast fisheries. And so the recommendations from the report would apply to any entity considering how to assess socioeconomic impacts to fisheries from offshore wind development. And also, so for the MPC, for example, you all might consider suggesting the council ask states, NIMS, or relevant agencies to start collecting particular fisheries data that may be currently identified as a gap in being able to understand offshore wind impacts on a particular fishery or sector. So just to have that in mind as Dr. Pfeiffer goes through the presentation. And since BOEM is also on the line, when it gets to the Q&A time, they may be able to provide some responses to help answer any questions about how this fits into their broader process. So with that, I will turn it over to Lisa.
Thank you. And you can hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so as Lila noted, this was funded under the BOEM's Environmental Studies program. We were doing the work from October 2022 to September 2023. But the completed report was just posted to the BOEM website about a month ago, or something like that. And so you can see, when we share the slides, you'll be able to click on the links to both the study brief that describes the products that were part of this interagency agreement, as well as the finished report. And so the objective of the report was really to help BOEM better understand the socioeconomic characteristics of West Coast fisheries in relation to offshore wind energy development, and to provide additional information to enable BOEM to conduct a more thorough analysis of potential impacts from offshore wind activities, including sort of all parts of their process, from siting, leasing, construction, to decommissioning. And really to leverage NIMS's unique expertise in fisheries socioeconomics and sort of explaining the data and information that we have and use to another agency. And so this report is quite high level. There's nothing in here that will be sort of news to you all in the fisheries and that have been involved with the Fisheries Council process. But the objective was really to transfer this information to BOEM and other agencies that have an interest. And so the specific objectives of the report were to develop products that will help BOEM characterize West Coast fishing communities, including supportive industries, fishing-related infrastructure, fishing sector interconnections, and potential connections between our fishing sectors and offshore wind energy development. And then to share fisheries socioeconomic expertise with BOEM to help them achieve priority goals around engagement with the fishing community, to provide examples of scientifically robust frameworks that are used by NIMS for socioeconomic impact analyses, particularly under NEPA and the regulatory frameworks that we take on, or the regulatory decisions that NIMS takes on. And then to foster relationships among some subject matter experts in BOEM's Pacific Regional Office and in NIMS Northwest Fisheries Science Center, West Coast Region, and Southwest Fisheries Science Center. And there has, as you heard, Ellen is a new staff member at BOEM, so she wasn't around when we actually worked on this project. So there has been sort of some fluctuating staff communications, but I think the work and the production on this report gives BOEM sort of the contacts for particular data products and pieces of information of people who work on them in NIMS. And so again, this is really intended to be a reference document for BOEM and eventually for developers or other entities that need to consider fisheries in their work. So there are 5 sections of the report. Section 1 is introduction, a lot of the information that I just went over. Section 2 is an overview of West Coast fisheries. Section 3 is fisheries socioeconomic data. Section 4 is other coastal activities. And Section 5 is fisheries socioeconomic impact assessment and methods. And one note is that other coastal activities section just refers to other coastal activities that NIMS sort of monitors or collects data on. And so it's intended to give a description of sort of the other types of things that we consider in our socioeconomic impact assessment and methods. And so in the second section, the overview of West Coast fisheries, what we really do is describe the 4 federal fisheries management plans, as well as the 1 fishery ecosystem plan that are developed by the council and implemented by NIMS. And we try to really represent and describe the fisheries: Pacific groundfish, coastal pelagic species, highly migratory species, salmon, and then the California current fishery ecosystem plan. And then we also describe how NIMS is responsible for maintaining the US's international obligations under treaties and agreements, such as parties to commissions for salmon, tuna, Pacific halibut, and Pacific whiting, for example, were part of these international treaties and agreements. And so this is an example of an infographic that we created for the report to help describe, for example, in this slide, the groundfish fisheries management plan. The groundfish FMP is particularly complicated. As you all know, there are lots of different fleets and gear types and interactions between those fleets and gear types, targeting different species. And so we wanted BOEM to be aware of these different sectors, different gear types, the different target species, different vessel types, and sort of how they interact. And I know that these are things that you are all completely familiar with and likely, kind of mention in casual conversation, but it is really complex and has a kind of associated jargon. If you were to say, I was fishing in the tier limit fishery last week and the DTL this week, like that has certain implications for you. You know what you're talking about. You know that you're targeting sablefish. You know that there's a particular season for the primary fishery and that the DTL fishery is open for longer. And so there's all these sort of implications of the jargon that you're using. And so we wanted a reference for BOEM to be able to understand what you're talking about when you sort of mention these pieces of particular FMPs.
Hey, Lisa.
Yeah.
Can I just add a point to the last slide that you covered about, if you could just go back one slide.
This one? Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I just wanted to also make a point that we provided a brief overview of tribal fisheries in the report, focused primarily on the legal and general management context, but we stated that individual tribes should be engaged directly about their tribal fisheries and potential impacts from offshore wind. But in section 2.2, we provided an overview of tribal fisheries on the West Coast, and much of that was taken from the Council's California Current Fisheries Ecosystem Plan. So just wanted to add in that point too.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so this is another example of fisheries information that we're trying to provide in the report. This is a table of gear, location, and number of vessels fishing in the highly migratory species fisheries. And so we have sort of the different fleets and gear types, principal ports, number of vessels. So just kind of background information to help BOEM or other agencies or developers understand what people are talking about when they talk about particular fleets within the fishery. So in section 3, which is fisheries socioeconomic data, one of the major points that we want to get across is that it's really important to understand why the data that are collected and are thus available, why they are collected. And that has been a very historical process and a process that has been happening for a long time. So we start with a discussion of Congress and the MSA and how Congress found that the collection of reliable data is essential to the effective conservation, management, and scientific understanding of fishery resources in the US. And that the MSA requires that fisheries conservation and management measures be based on the best scientific information available. And so this has really driven NIMS and state agencies to collect large amounts of data from fishing participants to meet those goals for sustainable fisheries management under the MSA and other applicable state and federal laws. And so that data collection then spurred the creation of the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission, and later PACFIN and RecFin, which are databases to hold those data to really bring together and then serve up for fisheries management these different types of data that are collected for fisheries management. And so in the report, we provide a whole bunch of kind of summary statistics to provide information about the types of data that are available again. So while the data that's included in the report are a snapshot, they provide the references and the types of information that are available for people to gather, in the future or for whatever year or range of years that they may need to fulfill their needs. And so these types of figures help build knowledge of the fisheries and then again provide references to the different types of data that are available. So this, for example, is commercial landings of West Coast species by management group and state for the year 2021. And this is another example that's also in this section that pulls from the California Current Ecosystem Report and shows sort of these same type of statistics over time. So this is annual ex-vessel value of West Coast commercial fisheries from 1982 to 2001, sort of looking at it over time and with recent trends included. And there are other types of data that are collected and distributed as well. The NIMS Community Social Vulnerability Indicators are a database that characterize and evaluate a community's vulnerability and resilience There are 14 social, economic, and climate indicators for the West Coast, as well as about 5,000 coastal communities around the country. And these are available via a graphing tool on this website that's cited here. And so some of the things that some of the indicators that we often use include fishing engagement and reliance, environmental justice, climate change, economics, and gentrification indicators. We also talk about recreational fisheries in the report. The data that are available, as we describe, for recreational fisheries are much more restricted than the data that are available for commercial fisheries. But we try to characterize the types of data available and the ways that they can be combined to indicate different things. So the figure on the left is recreational boat angler fishing trips by trip type. Trip types basically describe the target species, and then by state subregion. So in each of these states for recreational fisheries, we collect sort of data by subregion. So North Oregon, South Oregon, North California, South California. And so the data are able to be split up kind of at that level, but not at the spatial scale that we can look at commercial fisheries by. And then this is another infographic that was created for the report about West Coast recreational fishing. And so the source of the data is NOAA Fisheries, but the infographic pictured here was created for the report. And then we also want to describe sort of where the data that we collect sort of fits into the larger picture. So this figure is of an example of the seafood product distribution chain. And so one of the points here is that the distribution chain is very long, and there are many parts of it, and some parts are used by different parts of the fleet, or for example, catcher processors process their own fish, while vessels deliver to seafood processors for those to be for that fish to be processed. But the blue arrows that are highlighted here represent, sort of the only data about this distribution chain that NMFS currently collects. And so we know, for example, how much a vessel catches and is delivered to seafood buyers and seafood processors, but we don't know what happens in the seafood product distribution chain after that. And so if that's important to a particular analysis, then that's data that's not readily available. Okay, and then the final section is about fisheries socioeconomic impact assessment and methods. And it's important to understand, again, here, that fisheries data are collected for fisheries management. And so using them for other purposes may have different strengths and weaknesses. And understanding what exactly the data are collected for can help you develop impact assessments and other methods that will work for the particular data that are available. And so fisheries socioeconomic analyses are conducted by NMFS, and they're required to support NEPA, RIR, RFA, and to varying degrees, other types of applicable laws. And so you don't need to be able to read this table, but this is an example of the type of information that we're providing in the report, where we talk about the different types of data that are collected and why they're collected. So the purpose of that data collection, who administers that data, because that has implications for how you get permission to use the data and what they can be used for and who you ask for help, kind of. The most of the data that we use in this report comes from PACFIN, and so we also include in this table an indicator for whether PACFIN holds that data, holds some of it, or doesn't hold it. And so you need to contact a different entity to understand the ways in which that data can be used. And so this is an example of a type of analysis that NIMS can do based on the data that are collected. And so this particular figure shows the proportion of trips by week within each fishery that also participates in the groundfish catch share program, just as an example. And so this helps us understand sort of the timing of different participation, the timing of participation in each sort of target fishery. And so if you were to undertake an activity in March, for example, you could look at a figure like this and understand what other fisheries are potentially operating in March. And this is a figure, again, in the report that was adapted from a figure that InPlan makes. This is to describe how economic impact studies are commonly used to understand the effect of how an economic activity gets transmitted through the economy. And so this type of modeling framework is often referenced in socioeconomic impact analyses. It's often used in fisheries management applications. And so in the report, we sort of describe this methodology and how from measuring the direct effects in this yellow bubble, essentially an initial change that result from some economic activity, for example, fishing or fish processing, has indirect and induced and social effects in that part of the economy. And so, as I said, we collect a lot of data around this particular type of economic activity, fishing and fish processing. But we also collect data in order to connect it to the pieces that are depicted on this figure. So we collect, for example, cost and input data on inputs and supplies, the wages that are paid to labor on vessels and in processors, business taxes, in order to be able to develop this type of modeling framework that helps us estimate the indirect effects of that type of economic activity. And then the connection from this green bubble to the gray bubble, or the induced effects, essentially the response by an economy to initial change that occurs through respending by income received by wage earners, that type of data comes from this company called InPlan. And so they collect data about how these purchases kind of work their way through the economy and supply it to support this input-output type of modeling framework. And then the final point in this figure is that there are also social effects. There are impacts that occur in a community as a result of an economic activity, but these are really difficult to measure. And so often in sort of assessments, they are discussed qualitatively, like how might this affect community engagement? How might this affect infrastructure? How might this affect amenities that people value in the community? And then finally in this report, we provide some examples of socioeconomic analyses that were actually developed for proposed fisheries management actions. And so the two examples that we use are the groundfish essential habitat proposed fisheries management action and a yellow-eye rockfish management action. And so we sort of go through how the types of analyses that were done, how they were done, the types of fisheries that were analyzed in the reports, the metrics that were used, the data sources, and the models that were used. And probably many of you, actually worked on or provided data for these management actions, and so are quite familiar with the analyses that were done. Okay, so the final part of the report is some suggestions on additional data needs that might help support offshore wind analyses. So we really looked at the data that was available and the potential needs and thought about what's not available or what might be available in sort of an insufficient form. And so there's two categories that we outlined in the report. The first category, which is the column on the left here, are data that are likely needed but are not currently in a publicly available form. And so these are not like currently available straight from PACFIN or straight in some sort of report, and so would need to be developed in order to provide publicly, or a specific data request would need to be done. And so these are things like the number and location or the port, the home port of commercial fishing vessels. The length of commercial fishing vessels is not something that's readily available via PACFIN. Sorry. The location of offshore commercial fishing efforts, the number and location of fish buyers, and the revenue of fishing buyers. Those things are data that we have and collect, but are not readily available. And actually, many of these are things that we, essentially partners at Pacific States and the states and NIMS are aware of and are already working on because we developed this report. And then the second column on the right are data that are likely needed, but we don't currently collect. NIMS doesn't currently collect. And so new data collections would need to be designed or some other way of getting this type of information. And so this includes the number and location or port of recreational fishing vessels, the location of offshore recreational fishing efforts, characteristics of recreational fishing vessels. We don't collect the number of land-based recreational fishing trips in Oregon and Washington. We do in California, but essentially somebody fishing from the shore. We don't have any information for Oregon or Washington. We collect operational costs for groundfish fisheries pretty well, but not really for any other fishery. And then finally, the number, location, and characteristics of fish processing facilities. We have a little bit of information through the Groundfish Catch Share program, but for any processor that doesn't process groundfish, we basically have no information. And so these are some things that if they are pieces of information that you think might need to be considered for offshore wind related purposes, then, for example, as Lila stated in the introduction, perhaps the MPC could recommend that they be collected in some fashion. And I think that's it. That's my last slide. And I'm happy to take questions.
Thanks for that, Lisa and Lila. Carrie, you have your hand up.
I do have my hand up. I was forwarded a question from Rebecca Lent, who's having some internet issues, but this question is, I don't know if it's more directed towards Bohm or towards the authors, Lisa and the others. But anyway, the question is, in the last paragraph on page 91 of the report says that Bohm Pacific will need to evaluate the extent to which models and data collections will be needed to expand, will need to be expanded to meet their needs. And she was asking if that has been done or if there are plans to do that evaluation.
Hi, everyone. This is Rick from Bohm, and I'll try to answer that. The answer is no, we haven't done that yet. And I think that our opportunity is really in application. So this report is pretty fresh, and I know that we're all still digging into it. But I really think that the point at which we can sort of see what sorts of answers this report provides and what more we need to do comes when we have new issues facing us and we have new processes that we bring to you all and others and get feedback and get new questions or, refined questions. And we can sort of understand what we need to address, and then we know where we go from here. So very short answer is no, we haven't done that yet.
Thank you.
You did. Jessica, your hand's up.
Yeah, thanks. And thanks, Lisa. This is a great presentation. And I really appreciated the report and the graphics specifically in the report on the fisheries. Those were really great representations, and I'll be, using those to share in the future. But my main question was in the report on page 41, there's table 11, which talks about the Washington and Oregon commercial fisheries, gear types, and locations. And a similar table was in the Oregon draft EA, and specifically around the crab fishery for Oregon. I'm just wondering where the information on the description of the crab fishery occurring from the breakers to 130 fathoms up to 700 fathoms in some years, and around tops of canyons and high spots, like where did that information come from?
That's a great question, Jessica. And I don't have the report open in front of me. I can get it. And
you can respond later too. Yeah.
There were a lot of different sources, and so one of the things that we looked at were reports, for example, that were generated by talking to fishermen about where they fish and the development of sort of fishery knowledge-based maps. So it could be there. Hopefully it says in the reference a little bit more, but I can also get back to you.
Yeah, that would be great. I just want to make sure that this isn't a data error, the 700 fathoms. That's outside of the scope of where we see the fishery operating here. So happy to circle back on that.
Mm-hmm.
Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Lila and Lisa. Yeah, this is going to be a really nice report to point to for a lot of things. Lisa, kind of maybe and I don't see Mike O on here, I don't believe, but kind of on like what additional data or information might be useful, or just knowing what the limits of our data are. I'm curious about the your implant model slide. Maybe others remember better what Mike has said in the past, but I think he's questioned, and I'm wondering how well those models really gauge like the viability of individual firms, for example, and whether we do have data on the profitability for a lot of the businesses, and wondering how much these models really keep up from year to year. Like we've all heard some just really concerning news about the fishing industry, all up and down the whole, from Alaska on down. So yeah, how close to reality are these models? Can it really, if you have some marginally profitable companies that are on the brink of small little impact, is the difference between being profitable and not? Do we really have a good handle on that with the models and data we have on the West Coast?
Yeah, Corey, thanks for your question. These input-output in-plan type models are really not intended to characterize or analyze a particular firm. They are intended to be a snapshot. And what I mean by a snapshot is a sort of non-dynamic representation of a sort of an accounting of the revenue that a particular economic activity provides to a regional economy. And so in no way really are they meant to characterize the profits or losses or anything like that of a particular firm. We do have some information through the kind of extensive and required data collection program that was part of the Catch Share Trawl program. And so that program collects revenue and cost information from all vessels that participate in the groundfish catch share program, and all buyers that buy catch share groundfish. And so those types of kind of profit measures can be calculated for those particular entities, and of course for in kind of a non-confidential product, that those would have to be averaged over a group of processors or vessels. And those are available publicly also. There's a website called Fisheye that you've probably heard of that presents that economic data collection data. But that really it's a particular group of vessels and processors for which that information is required. So it's not representative of the whole coast or of a state. That information is really only representative of vessels and processors that participate in the program.
Hey, thanks, Lisa.
Steve Scheibler.
Yeah, thank you, Lisa and Lila, for the report. It's really got a lot of good information in it. My question, I can articulate this, is how can the socioeconomic effects of the uncertainty that's been created by offshore wind development be measured? And I'm noting that the offshore wind development isn't just displacing fishermen, it's also replacing areas with an industrial level project. And there are lots and lots of environmental effects that are unknown and therefore creating uncertainty and what have you in business planning and elsewhere through the supply chain. So how can you measure that? Or maybe you can't, but can you speak to that?
Yeah, so that's not really something that NIMS does. We analyze particular fisheries management proposed regulations and try to understand the economic impacts of those. Those may include uncertainty measures. Generally, uncertainty around, for example, stock size or how that may change in the future, how much uncertainty there are in different projections. And so those are the types of things that we have considered and would be available in past fisheries management actions to look at. But what you're asking is not something that we've done before. And so what we're providing here is examples of what we have done, in the hope that pieces of them can be used as models or examples. But we're not providing, we can't provide any advice on what, for example, BOEM should do.
I would also just add to that Steve, in some of the fisheries management actions, there are maybe some relevant examples based on the national standards that when we, are analyzing proposed fisheries management actions that may get to some of the issues you're bringing up, but that was outside of the scope of this report. So, yeah, so we didn't look at it for this report.
Okay, thank you.
I see one more hand up. Terry, do we want to open it up to questions from anybody? I don't see any other MPC members with their hands up.
Yeah, I think we're doing fine time-wise, Mike, so that should be fine.
Okay, roger that. Then Valerie, you're up.
Thanks very much, everyone. And echoing the compliments to the really excellent information in the report. Apologize if this is already addressed in the report, but I'm curious, the additional data needs that you identified lean more towards how do we quantify and measure fishing activities. And I'm curious if you feel like we have a sufficient understanding or sufficient data on those social effects of fishing activities and how those might be affected by offshore wind. So some of the potential roles that you might see for some of those qualitative insights into the value or the trade-offs of impacts to fishing sectors and communities. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Valerie. The NIMS, the coastal community social vulnerability indicators have been developed over quite a long time period. And the kind of history of those were that essentially we didn't have a good way to quantify things like fishing engagement and reliance and sort of other social characteristics of fisheries. And so the intention of those social vulnerability indicators was to fill that need. And so I think that, those may not have every single piece of information that you would want to know about a community vulnerability or resilient or engagement, but they have a lot of information. And for many purposes, they are really helpful in understanding sort of the differences between communities and how resilient to different types of disturbances they might be. And so I guess I would recommend really, kind of digging into those and understanding what may be relevant to analyses related to offshore wind. And if there's additional needs, making sure that people know about those particular additional needs.
Thanks so much.
All right, any other folks with questions? And while I'll wait, I'll ask one. One thing that wearing my HMS hat for a second here, one of the things that's always been sort of brought up, especially in the draft wind energy area stage off Oregon, is it seemed that charter vessel information was being used as a proxy for private recreational fleets. I do acknowledge that in the report it does differentiate between the two, but to the extent that you have a lack of information on recreational fishing activity, do you tend to look at the charter fleet as a proxy?
Let's see, Mike, we don't, so there hasn't been very much effort to, like, in terms of ongoing products or projects to characterize the spatial distribution of recreational fisheries. And I know that charter operations are sort of the low-hanging fruit there, in that there is good data. There's data that has spatial information and data that can be relatively straightforwardly mapped. There really aren't for those other sectors of the recreational fishery. And so I think we talk about this in the report too, but there will have to be some sort of effort to characterize where that recreational fishing effort is happening on the water, if we or you or some broadly defined notion of the MPC wants that information to be systematically considered. And so there isn't much that sort of ongoing work at this point on non-charter recreational fisheries. Does that help?
Yeah, it does. Thanks. And I have one more question, but I'll defer to Jessica first.
Thanks, Mike. Thanks, Lisa. Can you remind me for the IOPAC model, when was that last updated, and are there plans to update it if it hasn't been updated in a while? Just trying to wrap my head around kind of the timelines of some of these other data streams on like creating those multipliers.
So I'm definitely not the expert, but I think IOPAC is essentially annually updated because we have this cost data collection as part of the CatShare program and other cost earnings type surveys. Those inform the kind of fisheries modules that are part of the IOPAC model. So I think that those are updated annually. How often the kind of in-plan data that represents those sort of connections across regions are updated, I'm not sure. I could ask and get back to you about that as well.
That would be great. Thanks. That makes it clear. Yeah, I'm definitely, as you can tell, not using the correct terms, but that was my question. So thank you.
Okay.
And then I have another one, and this is either going to be a really good question or a really bad question. I haven't decided yet which it's going to be. So the methodologies that are described in this document, and one of the things that we've kind of also highlighted with regard to BOEM's efforts is, we can look historically back and see what fisheries have operated in a specific area, but we're seeing, especially with the bluefin fishery, like as that stock recovers and as its distribution shifts to the north a little bit, we're starting to see increased effort in areas that haven't historically had that effort. Would the methodologies described in your document be exportable to look to the future and look to potential impacts that wouldn't be clearly identified today based on the lack of historical information?
So analyses that are created for proposed fisheries management actions generally don't use projections of that type either. So to the extent that research is sort of developed and accepted as best available science, something like that may be incorporated in, something like a fisheries management action that is analyzing the future of a particular fishery, for example. What types of management would be most useful in the case where the best available science is projecting a shift in the distribution. But that really depends on kind of the research that's happening around that species, like the extent to which it can be considered. And I'm not sure how often that type of information is used or has been used in the past. That could be something perhaps to look through past management actions and try to understand. But I don't have a good answer in terms of like, this is how we do it, or this is what we do.
But I will add that the Northwest Center is doing some studies right now on species shifts in relationship to climate change. So during the NIMS report, we're going to have Kelly Andrews with us, and so he might be able to help address some of that in terms of the study that he's working on, Mike. So maybe that'll help.
Yeah, thanks for that. I appreciate that. All right, Carrie, I don't see any other hands up. Last call for hands on this. We are very much ahead of our agenda.
Yes,
I'm
sir, we
seeing
are ahead by we're ahead by about half hour. So I was trying to think, we have a couple of options. We could try to grab one or two of the afternoon items and bump them up to now, or we could break early for lunch. I do think that we should keep the agenda item D, the cumulative impacts and data gaps, at 1 p.m. as scheduled. But Mike and Susan, I guess the rest of the MPC, what about taking some of the state updates now if people are ready? And I'll put that out to the MPC, whatever you guys want to do. Jessica says yes. She says, I volunteer to give the Oregon update now.
I'm on Team Jessica for this. If we can power through a couple of the state updates, I think that's
Washington will be ready too.
Well, I think
Right.
there you
Well,
have it,
let's do
Gary.
that. How about California?
Yeah, I can do that. So we don't really have anything specific. Yeah, Bohm did mention that they're still planning for a mid-November release of the draft programmatic EIS for the 5 lease sites, which sounds like it looks like it's going to overlap with the release of the draft programmatic EIS for the aquaculture opportunity areas off Southern California. We did mention, I think in September, the representative project design envelope for the 5 lease sites off California had been published. In just a sec, I'll throw another link to that in the chat, but that's out there. And my assumption is that that's going to provide the foundation for what we will see in the draft programmatic EIS. The state's 7C working group that was established by the Coastal Commission in their conditional concurrence on Bohm's request for a consistency determination for the 5 offshore wind lease sites, and that was later codified by Senate Bill 286. It met last week, and it's continuing to move forward on its work to develop a statewide strategy to avoid, minimize, and mitigate impacts to commercial, recreational, and tribal fisheries in the fishing communities from offshore wind developments. And that's about it. There's nothing new that I'm aware of. Reach out to Crystal and Steve also to see if they had anything else. And Steve, unless you have something you want to throw your hand up to jump in on that, I think that's it from the California perspective.
Yeah, no, Mike, I think you covered things pretty well.
Okay. Then, Carrie, do we want to move to Jessica and Susan for the lovely state of Oregon?
Yeah, Go for it.
Suze, did you want to go or do you want me to go first?
Go ahead. I have some notes in our document. You
Okay.
probably know them better than I do, so.
Yeah, well, I'll just start off with PackWave update. I don't really have any updates. I'll put in the chat the construction updates that are being posted on the website, which I've previously kind of directed everyone to. BOEM kind of gave us an update from offshore wind process in Oregon. So an update on the postponement of the lease auction. There also was a letter from Governor Kotek to BOEM, which I can share as well. And then other than that, I think that the focus is now based on the governor's letter to BOEM, House Bill 4080, which, as you all remember, had to do with Oregon developing a state offshore wind roadmap. And so the lead agency there is DLCD, and they are now moving forward with nominations for that roadmap roundtable. So I'll post that in the chat as well of where those nominations, I believe the deadline for that is the 14th to submit nominations. Last Friday, DLCD did like an open informational discussion on the roundtable and what would be required. It's pretty much monthly all-day meetings from now until June, and then the report is due to the legislator in September of 2025. And then I can go into more details there, but that's kind of just the overarching view. Suze, any details you want to add in there or want to dive into any of those components more?
No, I don't think so. I did put links in the chat for PackWave and the roundtable information and the application. And you're right, the applications are due Monday. And these will, DLCD is looking for people from all over the state, so not just the coast. So that will be kind of interesting given that the informal working group that took this on originally included, members primarily from the coast, but it will have people from all different areas and employment. So we'll have labor, we'll have conservation, we'll have, other things like that. So it's going to be a pretty diverse group and will be interesting to see how DLCD handles that. But I think it'll be a worthwhile effort. So if you're interested, please apply.
Yeah, definitely. And I will say that it seems like from that informational session that DLCD and Jeff Burright, who previously at our last MPC meeting discussed the Oregon's federal consistency letter and conditions, he will be leading this roadmap effort. And it seemed like there'll be a couple of different things happening all at the same time. So there'll be these roundtable meetings that I discussed that are like monthly. There's also going to be potentially some technical working group meetings. And then there's tribal engagement happening in a separate process throughout the entire time. And then also some focus groups. So as it becomes more outlined and detailed of when these meetings are, I can definitely pass those along to those that are interested in listening in or at least attending. That's all I've got for Oregon.
Thanks, Jessica. The only other thing I have is for those of you who were at the last MPC meeting, we had a presentation by Dr. Karina Nielsen from Oregon Sea Grant, which will tie into our cumulative impacts discussion later. But just wanted to let you know, she and others are working on Oregon's 7th climate assessment on floating offshore wind infrastructure. So that report will be out to the Oregon legislature in January, probably. So she has offered with other authors to come back and talk to us. So Mike and Carrie and I were thinking about maybe February. So just to let you guys know, that'll be out. And I think that's all I have.
Thanks, Susan. Then why don't we keep going up the coast to Washington?
Okay, thanks, Carrie. Yeah, likewise, not much to report that's new from Washington. As we just at the last council meeting, which we spoke to on the floor, Governor Inslee sent letters to the coastal tribes and to the WCMAC, our Washington Coast Marine Advisory Council, summarizing his take on having thought about the Good Works report on how Washington should proceed with offshore wind. And the basic message was the state is not ready at this time. There's a lot of questions about impacts to the marine ecosystem and into tribal treaty rights, and so he was not going to be requesting a task force. And you heard Nessie give that update this morning. But what we heard from our governor's staff, he said, and was in the letter, that there's kind of three pieces they expect to pursue. The third one being, which they've been saying for a while now, is looking into how the state could be part of the supply chain for offshore wind development in other places. So that's an emphasis we expect to continue seeing. And then two pieces deriving from the GridWorks report were exploring an idea of a research consortium, on how to start making progress on some of these big questions we have about what offshore wind would do to the ecosystem. So at this point, I think they're working on their budget process and speaking with the tribes and consulting with agencies. The other part is also another evaluation of state authorities and enforceable policies and the like pertaining to offshore wind. So we are expecting to see some requests in the budgets, in the governor's budget, which I believe does not come out until December, I believe. But yeah, no new information since the last council meeting, but happy to try and answer questions if there are any.
I got one for you, Corey, and maybe an unfair question to ask of you. To the extent that Washington's looking at that research consortium, is there any coordination with the other states to avoid duplication of effort? I think during our last MPC meeting, we got that presentation from Dr. Nielsen talking about what Oregon Sea Grant is doing. Granted, it's focused on offshore Oregon, but to the extent that what they're doing might be West Coast wide in its effect, has there been any coordination amongst the other states?
Yeah, no, I don't. Well, I wouldn't be the best one to answer this, but and I don't think Casey Dennehy doesn't. I think he'll be joining us at 1. He's with our Department of Ecology. He have a better answer, but yeah, I think there's and we did talk about this at the last WCMAC meeting, and what would a research consortium look like, and yeah, I think the message was that they're hearing, that the governor's office is hearing, is that you need to coordinate with the other states, of course. And yeah, we'll hear what John says about what's going on at WCOA this afternoon, but there's also discussions there. I know Fish and Wildlife Service, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has some seed money, I think they called it, to work on something like that. Yeah, no, it seems like a lot of balls in the air, and how it's all going to be coordinated, I don't have any more detail on what the state's doing at this point, but it's a good question.
Thanks for that. And then, Carrie, there's a message in the chat from Sarah. Are you seeing that?
I'm seeing it now. Sure. You mean right now, or did Sarah? You mean right now, or as a follow-up?
So just for those of you who may not know, Sarah Sweat is the new offshore wind hire by Oregon Sea Grant. So I think, Sarah, if you want to provide an update now, Mike and Carrie, if that's okay with you, I'd say go ahead. And then I had a comment to Corey. Does that work? Okay.
Works for me.
Okay, Sarah, if you're here, feel free to unmute yourself and say hello.
Can't hear Sarah.
Can you guys hear me now?
Now we can. Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
great. Sorry, I just had my laptop closed and it had the mic off. Yeah, so I'm Sarah Sweat. I'm with Oregon Sea Grant, and I am a relatively new extension hire, and I focus on marine renewable energy and communities. So my primary role is facilitating offshore wind community and tribal engagement. So I have been coordinating with folks at Washington and California Sea Grant as well. And we've really just been staying in touch, kind of updating each other on state activities. Oregon Sea Grant is offering in-person workshops as an opportunity for different groups and tribes along the coast. So we've got a lot of interest in that, and it looks like we'll probably plan our workshops starting early 2025, given the auction postponement. So those workshops are intended to provide science-based information about offshore wind and the different kind of topic areas for people who are interested. And then I'm also coordinating with the other Sea Grant programs to get some West Coast info sheets created and circulating around. Probably by this fall, I'll also be at the State of the Coast conference, which is going to be in Seaside in November, and that's put on by Oregon Sea Grant. So we're going to be doing a marine renewable energy panel, and we'll have resources, info sheets to be circulated by then. So right now I'm mostly focusing on that info sharing and engagement component, but we will also be having a MOU with DLCD, because we anticipate that we'll be kind of helping them with their engagement efforts once they get that part of the roadmap going. So yeah, I'm also here if anyone wants to reach out to me separately, ask any questions, or connect with us at Oregon Sea Grant, always feel free to reach out. And thanks for letting me jump in with that.
Thank you, Sarah. And just for those of you who also don't know, Valerie, who had a question, a good question earlier, maybe since we're talking about Oregon Sea Grant, can you introduce yourself too? Because I understand you are the new extension specialist focused on human dimensions of coastal communities. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. And it's quite a mouthful. So thank you. Thank you, Susan, for the introduction. Hi, everyone. Valerie Verseth. Yep, I'm the newest hire, I think, as an extension specialist. I've been assisting Sarah a bit with the offshore wind, but also my sort of topic area is more broadly about humans along the coast and how they interact with coastal systems. So a lot of work on climate adaptation for coastal communities. My background is in Pacific salmon conservation, and yeah, delighted to meet you all, and thanks for letting me join in the conversation.
Great. Thank you, Valerie. Thank you, Sarah. I appreciate those updates. I had a question for Corey. Now I can't remember what it was, so I'll come back to it.
Good, thanks. I'm off the hook, Susan. But one thing I forgot to say was didn't get the Governor Inslee's letter into the briefing book last time on time, but I think Carrie's already submitted it for the November briefing book, so it should be in there when it comes out.
Susan, your hand's still up.
Yeah, well, I took it down and then I remembered my question, which wasn't really a question so much as I thought it was interesting that Governor Inslee in his letter and Governor Kotek in her letter were both still interested in furthering the supply chain for offshore wind, even though they were both concerned about getting offshore wind off of Oregon and Washington, and putting a pause on that until we can find out what it might do to the ocean environment. But it's totally understandable that they are still interested in developing offshore wind supply chains. So that's all. I just wanted to add that. So not a question, Corey.
Yeah, yeah, I know. I guess my only thought, having heard from them over the last year or so, is they in this area and others is there's a respect for what the other states wish to do, and so I think looking at California's plans, my guess is largely what they're thinking. If California is going to go forward with what's in there, what we see in their strategic plan and stuff, there's you could see where the opportunity would be. And yeah, there's I'm gonna mess up the name, but there's we have our Department of Commerce, they have a Maritime Blue program, and there's an offshore wind part of that, and if you guys are ever interested, we can get them to come and present. I know they'd be more than happy to. But yeah, one more thing. I think they also recognize that development off California has the potential to affect things up here in Washington for sure.
Thanks for that, Susan. You all good?
Yes, thank you.
So Carrie, we're oh, Lila, go ahead.
Do you want me to give the NIMS update?
I say go for it. Yes.
Okay. Well, so our offshore wind strategic science plan, I swear it's never been closer to being rolled out. Yeah, so we have been planning to roll it out for a while, but really I think it will be soon. So stay tuned for that. And then at the September council meeting, we gave an update on a requirement for the National Academies of Sciences to do a study on fisheries and on the West Coast and offshore wind. So I'm going to put a link in the chat to a slide that we shared at the September council meeting with that statutory language. So the agencies who are working to get into the agreement with the academies on this, it's the U.S. Coast Guard, BOEM, BSEE, and NIMS. So we have been working to get that agreement in place, and are expecting that the nominations would probably go out within this year. But, that will depend on the academies. But just want to, again, give you a heads up on this, that this process would be starting soon, so that if some of you are interested in putting your names forward to be considered for that committee, or know of people, you can have this time to be thinking about it and know that it's coming. And then I'm going to turn to Kelly Andrews, who is on the line from our Northwest Fisheries Science Center. He's going to give an update on some of the center's research projects that we thought you would be interested in hearing about. But before I turn it over to Kelly, do you have, I mean, I can take questions on the other two items that I mentioned. Okay, well, seeing none. You can always ask later, but I'm going to turn it over to Kelly.
Sorry, Lila.
Oh, yep, Corey.
Couldn't find the hand button. So I'm lost in all the committees out there. Can you repeat what committee is this that you're looking for? People.
Yeah.
And I might have another question for you later, but yeah.
Okay. Did you click on the link though that I put in the chat?
No, I'll do that.
Okay. So this was a report that was required by the National Defense Authorization Act in FY23. And it required the Departments of Commerce, Homeland Security, and Interior to enter into an agreement with the National Academies of Sciences on this study on impacts on shipping and commercial, tribal, and recreational fisheries from the development of renewable energy on the West Coast. So all the language from that requirement is in that slide that I just shared. So that is that once we get the contract all finalized with the National Academies, they would move forward with creating a committee, seeking nominations for that committee to work on this study. Does that help clarify?
Yeah, now you remind me. I had questions when this came up at the council meeting, and I don't know how many National Academies committees there are now, but yeah, but I'll have a question maybe for you after we hear from
Okay.
the others.
Okay, thanks. All right, turn it over to Kelly.
Great, thanks a lot, Lila. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay. First, I'll sort of backtrack to one of Mike's questions earlier about sort of changes in the temporal use of fishing grounds and how that might be used. I just want to point you to the CCIA team's ecosystem status report, and I put a link to that in there. In Appendix Q2, shoot, I don't have the page number offhand. It looks like page S96. You'll see some indicators presented in that ecosystem status report for specifically for groundfish bottom trawl, but this might be a pathway for getting at some of those questions that you had, Mike. This data here is really specific to groundfish bottom trawl, and we definitely have sort of the best information on location of those fishing events over time. But something like the last 5 years trend indicator, that's sort of panel D in that figure, basically calculates, is fishing effort increasing in a grid cell over the last 5 years compared to the historical period. And so, depending on when there was data in that grid cell before, we can start to get at that. But that's an example of that type of information, and happy to chat about that further. So for other research efforts going on within our program there at the Northwest Fisheries Science Center, also sort of related to climate change effects on targeted species for various fisheries. We have a manuscript that's been submitted to PLOS Climate. It's focused on groundfish fisheries, and in that paper, we sort of calculated historical overlap of fishing footprints with the offshore wind energy areas, and then used species distribution models to project, where we think those targeted species will occur in the future, and try to quantify, how that might alter how we think about interactions between commercial fisheries and offshore wind energy. How might our characterization of overlap and potential exposure change if we do consider climate change? So hopefully that'll be out. I mean, the process takes a couple months usually, but it has been submitted. We also have 3 other sort of climate change related projects going on with various postdocs and project scientists at UC Santa Cruz and the Southwest Fisheries Science Center, looking at how changes in seabird distributions are expected to change, and how that change might provide information on, the value of that habitat for seabirds, for protected species, for HMS species, and for albacore in particular. So there's sort of 3 different projects there where we're thinking about those interactions between climate change, offshore wind, and fisheries. Other work that is going on is relevant to sort of overall ecosystem indicators for components such as oceanographic processes and lower trophic levels. You can see that work also in the ecosystem status report, Appendix Q, Q1. And that's sort of ongoing, and we'll be updating that and adding new indicators and trying to develop that framework sort of specifically for offshore wind related interactions. And let's see, we have a new contractor on board and are hiring a couple other people to really start, beginning some research to identify how changes in fishing pressure in and around wind energy areas, how those changes in fishing pressure might affect the population dynamics. You can think of this as sort of like MPA effects. How are those population dynamics affected? How does that potentially affect fishing behavior and where fishermen will redistribute their fishing effort? And what types of impacts that incurs, and what types of mitigation measures might best work in those situations. So that's all. We just hired people and are still hiring people, so not much has been done yet. And then we're also involved in several collaborations that I think you've heard about in previous meetings, both with UC Santa Barbara that Ellen has been a part of, with the Pacific Northwest National Laboratories and the West Coast Offshore Transmission Study. I'm really just focused on the fisheries part of all of that work. And then also starting to work with Oregon State University on their fisheries vulnerability analysis that they just received funding for. So I think you've heard about that work sort of tangentially, and we are, sort of on the outskirts of a lot of that work, but helping provide data and also just provide insight into a lot of the fisheries focused parts of that work. And I think I will stop there.
Thanks, Kelly. Any questions for Kelly? I don't see any hands. Oh, I see a hand. Jessica.
Yeah, thanks, Kelly, for the update. On the fisheries, you mentioned using fisheries data for the transmission study. Can you describe what is going into that? What fisheries? Is it just California fisheries? Are you doing West Coast wide fisheries, all fisheries?
They are focused on the let's see. Let me make sure I get this right. I think it's just the ground. It's groundfish bottom trawl for sure, crab, and potentially HMS species. And it is coast wide, definitely.
Okay, thanks.
Corey, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Kelly. That was a lot of stuff. Thank you. Interesting. Just wondering if you may have recommended this already and I missed it, but what would be the easiest way to keep track of all these studies that are coming out? Would it be part of the ecosystem status report, or I'm trying to think of an idea on the fly, but yeah, keeping track of all the new stuff coming out.
Yeah, I think probably coordination between us and Lila and presenting, I don't know the exact form of communication that her updates take, but updating those will probably be, well, I'm happy to do it in any way that Lila is comfortable with and that helps. So certainly some are part of the ecosystem status report, but most of these will be, sort of, standalone projects and manuscripts. But we can certainly update you when, we're getting close to completion on some of these. And I should also mention, I totally forgot, we have another paper that my colleague Blake Feist has submitted and has completed revisions on that will probably come out next month, that looked at overlap and optimization between commercial fisheries and offshore wind revenue. And sort of the take-home message from that paper has been that looking at trade-offs between commercial fisheries and offshore wind at the sort of the entire West Coast scale, as opposed to the state-by-state approach, could be most, could eliminate or would deconflict, I guess, overlap and interactions between commercial fisheries and offshore wind more than, say, the state-by-state approach. But that should be coming out probably early next month is my best guess.
And I'll just jump in here, Corey. If there's particular things that you want NIMS to address in our NIMS update, then, before each meeting, you can just reach out. But otherwise, my plan is that I would share any relevant papers that come out with the MPC members, whether it's at these meetings or, in the interim. And then in some cases, we'll have potentially announcements in other ways, like a web story or, something else. So either way, we'll keep it on your radar.
Okay. Yeah, I can forget with the most. I mean, maybe it's like what Mike and Susan and everyone's been putting into our MPC reports. Maybe there's a section on papers now published, kind of thing. But yeah, I don't know. Thank you for the responsiveness. Yeah, I'm not sure what would be the most economical way of doing it, but appreciate the thought. It's hard to keep track of everything that's coming out, as you all know.
Any other questions for Kelly? Okay, Carrie, we got two options. Maybe Corey, you got your hand up again?
Yeah, maybe this is I can wait till after lunch, but just like I'm just I had some questions for Lila and just all these various things that are going on, and like we heard from the PNNL study of fisheries impacts and the centers being involved in that, and this National Academy. So there's just all these various. Speaking of being hard to track things, curious about. And yeah, I'll wait for after lunch maybe, but there is various. It seems like there's various efforts out there to look at the impacts that offshore wind would have on fishing, and trying to wrap my head around them. But maybe for more specific questions, and if you don't have them now, Lila, great. But I'm chatting with colleagues here online, and on that National Defense Authorization Act, did you have a amount of funding that involved there, and sorry, I also, if you spoke to the timeline, I missed it, and I'm sure you did. But yeah, if you don't have that information now, if I can follow up with you.
Okay, yeah, well, you asked a couple different things there. So, number one, I totally agree with you that it is really hard to keep track of everything that's going on, because obviously we're not the only ones doing undertaking activities and research. So I don't know, maybe this is something that the MPC maybe we want to keep, figure out a way to keep track of some of the like recent publications or ongoing efforts, because this does have relevance to our next agenda item in terms of the cumulative impacts and what kinds of information the MPC is seeking, right? So I don't know, it seems like an information management kind of a problem to figure out how to solve. But like I said,
I meant to table that. I meant to table that topic till after lunch, but you're right.
Oh, okay. Well, I just launched into it. We can continue after lunch. But anyway.
The other. Did you have the amount of funding that's going to national academies for this? And then
I don't have it offhand. Okay. But I will try to dig that up. And then in terms of the timeline, I mean the language in the statute says, once the academies commences the study, it's a year for them to complete it. But again, it's kind of like, at what point does commence start? So there's no definitive timeline at this moment that I could share with you. It's just like I said, the agencies involved, we're all trying to just get everything in place for the effort to begin. So again, I'm sorry that's not a very satisfying answer probably, but I'll keep you posted. And yeah.
Thank you.
I'll jump in here. Yeah, thanks for that. And also, we're putting together the MPC report, and so Lila can provide any sort of written update that is available there as well. It is 11:57. We have public comment scheduled for 11:45. So I will ask if there's anyone on here that's not on the MPC and you're interested in making a public comment, will you please raise your hand? And we'll see where we stand there. Sometimes we don't have any public comment, sometimes we do. So I'm looking for hands. This is your chance. And I'm stalling here. If there is no public comment, then we have a choice here. We have 2 or 3 minutes before our scheduled lunchtime. So we could, the only remaining update we have is for, tribal update. Steve, so I'm not seeing any hands up, so I guess that means there's no public comment. We can circle back after lunch too to see if anyone joins who wants to make a comment. So Steve, do you want to do a 2-minute tribal update now
Yes.
or wait until after? Okay, you got 2
No, I can
minutes.
do
Go.
that. Really, I don't have anything new to report. Anything new other than the late breaking news that Corey brought up at the council meeting with the governor, Governor Inslee's letter. And as far as I know, there hadn't been any formal communication between the tribes and the governor's office about moving forward. We do appreciate the delay, the pause in Oregon, because I think that'll give us time to get started on the long-awaited strategic science plan. We've been in the starting blocks waiting for that so long. My legs are getting cramped, and I'll probably need to walk around a little bit before the gun sounds. But Lila says any time now. So that is going to be the focus of the tribes, is engaging with National Marine Fisheries Service on their research plans, and looking at the kind of the time that will take and where the tribes can be engaged. And then we can answer things like the research consortium that Governor Inslee talked about, and engaging with Oregon in their roadmap. So, but that's the priority for the tribes right now, is the National Marine Fisheries Service science plan. And then our National Academy Committee on Offshore Wind and Fisheries, we seem to be in this pattern of long delays and then kind of regrouping, followed by another long delay. And we had a regrouping call last week. There's frustration on the part of some of the members of, why are we doing this? What is our purpose? And so I think they're going to try to move forward and really find some focus and objective for our committee. We did discuss this new committee that Lila mentioned, and there was some interest in interacting with that new committee when they're formed. So hopefully when we have our next National Academies Committee meeting in December, we can actually get moving on providing some work product. So that's all I have today.
Great. Thank you, Steve. That was perfect. 2 minutes. Very efficient. If there, well, I guess let's see. Are there any questions for Steve on his tribal report? And we can park some for after lunch as well.
Gary, I do have a question for you. Are we meeting in November prior to the council meeting?
No, we're not. Apologies for not conveying that better. We're sandwiched between the Veterans Day holiday and the beginning of the council meeting, and so it meant that we would have been limited to a half a day. And so since it wasn't in this year's budget for whatever reason, and because it would it would be difficult to make it work and we'd be limited to just a half a day, it didn't seem worth it. So we will not be meeting in person, but we are going to schedule, we're planning to schedule a short, maybe 2 or 3 hour MPC meeting in early December. Hopefully the California DEIS and or the Aquaculture Opportunity Areas DEIS will be available. So put that on your radar screen. And I think at least in the provisional budget, there is one in-person meeting scheduled for the MPC next year. But for whatever reason, it didn't make it in this year.
Okay, thanks. And then when will our report be due?
Let's cover that after lunch, but the first draft is due on the 14th and final is the 18th. So next week, we got to finish it off.
All right, thanks.
Yeah. Susan?
Thanks, Carrie. Real quick, Steve, was there any, I know at one point you had talked about the NES committee trying to expand. Was there any talk about that during last?
No, Susan, we have not heard a word. I asked them and they just say we're working on it. So
Okay.
this is the glacier in action here.
Okay. Thank you, Steve. That was it.
All righty then. Let's take our lunch break and reconvene at 1 p.m. And then we'll reconvene with the cumulative impacts and data gaps discussion. And we have John Hansen who will be joining us, and Jessica and John will be leading that. And then we've already finished a bunch of our business for afternoon. So I don't want to jinx us, but maybe we'll actually adjourn early. So we'll see. Corey Niles.
So you had put in the chat about public comment before lunch, but we're moving that. We're still going to do that after lunch.
Well, no one raised their hands,
I
but
missed it.
you know, if someone joins after lunch and wants to make a public comment, that that should be no problem. But
I missed that part. My bad.
no problem. All righty, let's take our lunch break. See you at 1 o'clock.
to keep things updated. And so I just want to make sure that when we're crafting this document, it's not something that's immediately outdated. It can kind of grow with the knowledge and help kind of promote some of those studies that we're really interested in seeing happen, so that we can understand more what this would look like at a regional scale, which is the scale in which the council operates. So that's kind of my 10,000 foot view of where we have been and where we are potentially going. But happy to have any initial questions, and then we can go into a deeper discussion after hearing from John, but just wanted to start there.
Thanks, Jessica. That was a good overview. I put a link in the chat to the MPC report from last November that got at a lot of what Jessica was describing. Yeah, let's take any questions for Jessica or more directly about what the MPC has done. But then after John speaks, then we can circle back and have a broader discussion too. So does anyone have any questions for Jessica?
Well, sorry, I couldn't find my hand button fast enough. I just
Go ahead,
not
Corey.
a question, but no, I think, and Carrie, you mentioned the topic we left before lunch, but I think this is it. I mean, how do we keep track of it all? And they're all pieces of cumulative impacts analysis. So I think it's a good time to discuss it after John. Excuse me.
Yeah, Corey, I was just going to say, and I think that's the discussion I'd like to have, is like, what do we want this document to look like, and what would be the most useful for council? Is it that it's a list of questions, or is it that it's a list of entities, or is it both? So I think that's a good discussion point, because it is hard to track all of these things and who's doing what. Scott, go ahead. I see your hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Jessica. Is there a place in this document for trying to get some data on the impact of wind build out on the availability of maintenance people for fishing vessels? I'm thinking shipyards, welders. I remember here in Astoria years ago, there was a project that the port brought in where they were going to build offshore oil modules for Alaska, and everybody was all excited. It was going to be a great thing. They had a tenant at Tongue Point, but they kicked that. Was a milling operation where they made wood chips. They kicked him out and said, we're going to have this great industry of building offshore oil modules. Well, that lasted for maybe 18 months. But in the meantime, all the shipyards had trouble because welders were attracted to this new industry, and the availability of maintenance workers for vessels was greatly reduced, and that had a real impact on the fishing fleet. So I don't know if that's something that would fit into this document and study or not, but I just want to bring it up as a concern that I have, is what we should be thinking about. I know some of these projects are planning on training workers, and that'd be really important to make sure that that happens. But there still could be a little time lag between when they start and when the training gets done to where the workers are available. So
Yeah, thanks for
Thank
that, Scott. I think that that could definitely be incorporated here, since the MPC has definitely commented on port availability capacity in past letters for offshore wind. I think that that's something that could continue to be here as a consideration that the MPC and the council is interested in, on what does that capacity and infrastructure look like as different build out scenarios would come into play, right? So it might be a different capacity needed for a given port if it's a single offshore wind installation versus if it's, up and down a coast wide so I think those
Yeah.
are all important questions, and that is exactly, I think, what we could have in here to highlight. The whole idea would be like that question then would then get expanded out. Or in the future, we would want to see how it would expand out given different scenarios of build outs.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Corey.
Yeah, and I was drawing one more connection to the report that Lila and Lisa gave. I mean, that's on what our economic data tells us and doesn't. I mean, that Scott's example there is something I don't think we do well now in terms of the fisheries impact analysis. So yeah, just bringing that report into it obviously is important. Like, what of our data and models tell us at this point, and what are the questions like Scott's that would need some other way to understand and analyze. So I don't think that kind of thing would show up in an input-output model.
No, agreed. But I think it's all things that are, I think, on the table from a commenting perspective of like what the council would be interested in, right? So I think, yeah, to that point, there are going to be some of these questions and data needs that are more directly related to the council, and then there are like these auxiliary ones that are still would impact the council's recommendations, but aren't necessarily associated with some of the usual data needs and streams that we're used to, like you're mentioning, Corey.
Yeah, I guess the point I was trying to, it was in my head, but is that it's I'm sorry, Lila raised her hand, I think. Is like the maybe this isn't this group's role, but there's the question, and then the part of how would you go about answering it is the second part.
Yeah. Go ahead, Lila.
So, okay, so your question is, do we want to create a list of questions? Is that right? Okay.
The question is, do we want to create a list of questions? Do we want to create a list of entities working on questions?
Right.
But that's we know that we're going to have a scope in the beginning of this document. That's what the council wants to see, and what we look at when we think about these build out scenarios and how we would want them to be looked at from a cumulative impacts analysis framework. Knowing that we wouldn't be the ones doing that. But the question really is, do we then have a list of questions at the end of it? Do we have a list of entities? Do we have a list of both?
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll just, throw out some thoughts here. I think a list of questions would be good. And, thinking about how that, for instance, relates to NIMS and how we would, even when we put out the science plan, like we've already said a number of times, there's not enough resources to just completely start doing everything in that science plan that's needed, right? So there's decisions to make about where do we direct limited resources. And so knowing, what we've identified in our science plan, and then having a list of questions that are, priority questions for the council, that the council wants answered, that's really helpful in terms of us, figuring out what research projects might be priorities to direct limited funding. And then also having a list of entities who might be working in this space as well, doing research, could also be helpful, because, so much of this could have collaborations, and not wanting to repeat work that another entity is doing. So maybe just like knowing the players out there, since it's a new space, we're not just looking at fisheries management anymore. So having a list of entities and their key areas of expertise could be helpful in sort of creating or fostering collaborations down the road. So I don't know, kind of both would be having both a list of questions and some information about entities out there doing this work would be helpful. I would think.
Yeah, thanks for that, Lila.
And then also just adding to Corey's point about and what you and he were talking about, there could also be an opportunity to take the list of questions and say, okay, well, would the information that we get from this be relevant just to assessing impacts from offshore wind, or could it also be relevant to fisheries management? So if you could check both of those boxes, then that might also create, a higher priority for filling a particular data gap or starting a particular study.
Yeah, thanks for that, Lila. And any other questions or comments before we pass it over to John and then have more discussion afterwards? I don't see any, but I would say that I think another thing for people to think about is if we have a list of priority questions and a list of entities, there's going to have to be some form of maintenance to that. So is this something that we update every year, or, so it doesn't become stale and out of date immediately upon completion? So just another topic to think about that we can discuss during our discussion session after John. Otherwise, I'll turn over to you, Carrie, and you can let John go forward.
Yeah, sounds good. And I know that there will be some more discussion and ideas after John finishes. But I would just say that this agenda item here is designed to sort of be a little bit of an incubator, and I'm glad to see people from Sea Grant and other institutions and organizations just recognizing that there's an awful lot going on, and we are trying to put together a list of who's who. So after John goes, I think we'll turn to Susan at that point, because I think she has some info to share. So anyway, I'll stop talking and let John start talking. Go ahead, John.
Great. Thanks, Carrie. Thanks, everybody. Glad to be here. I'll try to keep it short and sweet for the sake of more room for conversation, but I'm appreciative of the time to share an update on some of the work we're looking at the West Coast Ocean Alliance on a very similar topic, and I think vein of some things that have already been brought up here in the last few minutes. I guess just as a quick primer reminder, the West Coast Ocean Alliance, we're the regional ocean partnership for the West Coast region. Our membership currently are made up of tribal governments, the 3 West Coast states, and federal agencies that have been around for a number of years, working on sort of broad coordination and engagement around existing and emerging ocean uses, and happy to share more if folks would like to connect on the Alliance generally. That said, and the reason to be hopefully joining the call today is to share a bit of insight into some work that we're planning to do around cumulative impacts, really on, I think, a lot of similar ways that have just been described in terms of assessing the needs around cumulative impacts analysis on the West Coast. We heard from our members at our annual summit we had last year, a loud and clear desire to have a better understanding of what kind of cumulative impacts are happening on the West Coast, what needs are out there, what's emerging, what's in the pipeline, and how it impacts new ocean uses, obviously offshore wind being one of those. But from our membership, there was a clear desire to make sure we were factoring as many aspects of ocean uses as made sense. So it isn't just limited to offshore wind, but it's really a broader look at what is the state of play on cumulative impacts analysis, recognizing, as already has been mentioned on this call, so many things that are happening through federal channels, through state channels, through tribal efforts and others. Our members said we just really need to better understand kind of what that looks like now, and then also have an opportunity for our member governments, being state, tribal, and federal, to be able to then share what are their needs around cumulative impacts, what ultimately would they most benefit from in terms of looking at future cumulative impact analyses, and better understand, are those things that are already being addressed and there are analyses happening or will be happening soon that will get at those needs, or are there not efforts addressing those needs, and where do we identify what those needs might look like based on what we hear from, again, our members really driving the dialogue of tribal, state, and federal perspectives on what those cumulative impacts analyses could inform in terms of better management on the West Coast. So all of that said, we were able to put in our budget for our next round of regional ocean partnership funding, and we'll be starting our 3rd year of a 5-year funding program from NOAA in December. a specific task that we've titled a West Coast Cumulative Impacts Needs Assessment. And so within that, we basically have funding set aside to hire a contractor to come in and do this needs assessment, working with our members, working with other regional partners, and really define what is happening, what are the needs from the members of our alliance group in terms of regional cumulative impacts analysis that links to their management, and then how do we identify opportunities for future collaboration, for supporting future analyses, whether that would be something the Alliance would support or other partners could support, as well as building around where there are leveraging opportunities and common needs in the West Coast region. So I'm simplifying, and I have more text, and I shared some of that with Carrie, around what we've included in that specific deliverable. And so it's ultimately aimed at an action plan that will have specific strategies and recommendations for how the West Coast Social Alliance can support and engage with current or future cumulative impact analysis efforts in the region, and also look at other partnership opportunities and leveraging opportunities. So mostly I just wanted to be able to share that. I know Carrie and I have talked about this a fair bit, and I've been at a few of your meetings where this has come up, and really excited to see this momentum continuing, just as Jessica shared and you all have already hit on. And I think for us, this is a project of the Alliance, so it will be really driven by Alliance membership, but a number of our members are on the line right now and a part of this committee, as well as the larger council activities. So we're really going to be keen on trying to find where that overlap is, what we can do to not be reinventing wheels, leverage funding that we do have approved and in the pipeline from NOAA to do this work, and then take advantage of it to the maximum extent practical to really embark on what would be a year-long process to then get this sort of action plan drafted and identified, and then hopefully useful, obviously for our membership, but also for other partners as well, and have set aside funding to bring somebody on to really do a deep dive on that. So that's kind of the status report that I wanted just to get on the radar of this group. And obviously, Carrie and I have been chatting about it, as I mentioned, but with a look towards how do we make sure we're staying in touch on this as these conversations, this list of questions or list of inventories or other things that this group might be developing or continuing, how do we best track that and take advantage of it, and also potentially have some benefit in our work that could be of use to this group as well. It is all very preliminary. I'm sharing this just now in the sense of an informational item. We have not had any real substantive discussions within our group yet about how we're going to proceed, but it will be a typical putting out an RFP, bringing on a contractor, setting a budget and goals for that work. And so definitely something that our members will be a part of. We have an offshore wind working group that, again, a number of folks on this group are also on. So that will be a future topic of discussion there in the wind context. But as mentioned, this is going to be, I think, intended to be broader than just wind, but obviously wind will be a component of it. So I think maybe I will stop there. I'm happy to answer questions, all with a note of more to come, and definitely something we'll be staying in tune with the council's activities on this and this committee's activities to make sure we're not missing any chances to share updates or find connection opportunities and take advantage of what sounds like some really common needs that we're hearing a lot about that we could all maybe be addressing in specific ways. So I'll stop there for the sake of time and maybe hand it back to you, Carrie or Susan, to take it, and happy to answer any questions.
I see Jessica's hands raised.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Thanks for that update, John. I guess my question is, so what I'm hearing of this project is that the first step is kind of to do this needs assessment. And from that needs assessment is the development of strategies and actions. Am I understanding that that second phase after the strategies and actions would be to take those actions and strategies and implement them? And that means like actually implementing a cumulative analysis, or can you describe just kind of that, what is this? Is the goal just to create these strategies and actions, or is it to actually achieve them and kind of start crossing some off the list?
Yeah, good question. I think it's more the former. The way we've laid it out is to really more identify what the needs are and identify what existing work is there so that we're not reinventing wheels, but also identify opportunities for sort of recommending what comes next. I don't think at this time there's any commitment to say, we, the Alliance, will do whatever that next step is. I think it's up to the group to kind of identify that and then start to sort of see what's realistic. And if that were to then lead towards conversations, and this is just, I'm hypothetical here, but like in a future funding proposal, there's a strong desire to do something with our Regional Ocean Partnership funding to do an actual analysis that could be on the table. But I don't know the answer to that yet. So this phase of work is really more intended on identifying the needs from our members, identifying what's out there currently and what's coming soon, and then really understanding kind of what those recommendations for next steps could look like. Again, really through the lens of our members, so tribes, state, federal agencies, but then I think trying to make that also useful for others to benefit from, whether they have similar needs or whether that's a message that's brought to others that may actually do that work, or if the Alliance itself is exploring that, that's, I think, on the table potentially. But at least at this phase, it's really more of that first check-in step, because we did talk about that when we were putting this into some initial brainstorming of like, why don't we just do a full analysis and take it on? And our members said, really, there are so many moving parts to this and so many things changing and emerging that we got to start with more of just a lay of the land check-in and making sure our members are all understanding kind of where they're at and what their needs are, and then take it from there. And that's, I think, still an open question.
Thanks for that. Go ahead, Corey.
Corey Niles.
Oh, yeah. I'll take it back to you, Mike. Sorry.
Hey, maybe too detailed of a question at this point, John, but we're trying to attend the wind working group, and I think I came in late last time as the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service was talking about funding they had. I guess that was more on the research consortium front, but did you have any detail on that one? And if not, obviously can wait, but I think this group would be interested in what we heard there.
Absolutely. No, I think that definitely would be one that would, want to be on the radar of this group. I don't want to speak for Fish and Wildlife Service itself, and I know they're in the process of still rolling out, I think, updates and plans for exactly what that funding will be used for. My understanding is that it is more focused on the regional science collaboration discussion, in terms of supporting kind of, I think, connecting of existing efforts around regional science collaboratives, as well as bringing in new partners and tribes and others in terms of identifying what the needs are on the West Coast. This, what I just described, is really more under our umbrella of the Alliance. So we have NOAA funding set aside to do this work. So that'll happen no matter what. Obviously, I think if Fish and Wildlife has funds and is rolling up, some new activities, we'll look to partner and leverage those as well. And I know Fish and Wildlife is tracking what we're up to. So it's a little bit of sort of different lanes, but obviously I think there'll be some merging here and there between them. But I don't have more to report in terms of like the formality of that Fish and Wildlife funding, other than I do think it's definitely relevant for this conversation and for this group to be tracking, so that if and when, that federal partner is potentially putting some dollars towards science collaboration work on the West Coast, that, this group would probably be keen to tune into that and how it might develop.
Thanks. Yeah, obviously, I'm sorry. It's just a question of research and cumulative impacts go hand in hand, right? As Lila was speaking to a bit ago. But yeah, thank you for that.
Back to you, Jessica.
Thanks, Mike. John, do you think that what we're discussing here today in like the MPC of having this document with potentially questions and entities and some prioritization from a council perspective, do you see this as being a duplication of effort of what you're going to already be doing? Do you think that this would be additive? I'm just wanting to make sure that what we're talking about here today is not going to be like surpassed by your project, or, so just curious your thoughts on how this work would fit in to what you're proposing, or if you see them as separate, because there is a lot of overlap there, as you mentioned.
Absolutely. I mean, my first answer is I would, defer to folks on this group that are also involved with the Alliance and, represent their tribes and agencies to kind of inform what they think the best fit is. So I think I would start with that, and obviously, early conversations on both fronts that, I think will continue to evolve. But that being said, my initial thought is that it definitely could be additive. When we put this in our proposal, we specifically called out PFMC to say we recognize their efforts coming out of the council and, similar goals that are emerging. And so we should be, connecting and understanding those so we can leverage and provide potentially a benefit or a link to where those might go. I think also understanding the lens of what, this committee and the larger council is coming from in terms of obviously fisheries, but also if it's more of a wind-driven exercise, whereas ours probably will be broader than wind and we're not a fisheries council, so we have a different, tack generally. So I don't see that would be a duplicative effort. And I think generally, what you've already described is like exactly, I think what we're trying to get at is like half of the battle is just understanding the playing field of who's already looking at these questions, who's getting answers teed up, who's doing work around these types of analyses already that we should be taking advantage of that maybe others aren't as aware of, or, scratch the itch of some of the needs that are out there from different governments on the West Coast. So I think those are all still open questions. And to me, it's, a win-win in terms of if this committee is coming up with some of those questions and assessing things that I think is a positive value add. That being said, I think part of the reason to be on the call today is to let you know, we're going to have a contractor and, some capacity come online to do specific aspects of this work. And so if that's something we can track and say, hey, this is something we're going to do anyway, and maybe it gets at what you've identified as a need, not to say, this is a council project, it's an alliance project with specific funding and deliverables attached. But that said, it feels like there could be places where we could say, hey, heads up, this is going to be part of our work. Would this, be something that, this committee or the council, would want to track, and then keep that conversation going. And ultimately, I think it'll be flexible. We still haven't even developed an RFP or obviously brought on a contract or anything yet. So we have some time to, I think, keep talking about it. And I would also look to, folks like Corey and Lila and others that are on both of these groups to sort of think about, how best we can be a conduit and understand like how we can inform what we develop as an alliance, quote unquote, project, but it also could be something that you all could be tracking to inform, where you're taking some of these conversations as well in the next few months even.
Thanks for that.
Hey, John, I have a question, and it might be two. In terms of this initial project that you referenced, is there a timeline for delivery of a final product, or are you visioning this sort of being a staged thing where the delivery of one product will result in the development of the need for a follow-up product?
So yeah, I may take that one question and give you two answers, Mike, but the first one is a simple one in that we plan, the funding itself runs from December through November. So we have a discrete timeline of kicking this off in December, potentially with some lag of getting a contractor hired and starting the work, but that it would be completed with this effectively what we're calling an action plan by next fall. So that's a discrete, like start to finish product deliverable piece of paper, PDF that we'll be able to, I think, share, again, up to the group to decide exactly how to navigate that, but that would be a discrete product. I think to the next phase of that, and kind of to what Jessica's, I think, question was getting at earlier, is that within that may be a set of recommendations to say, hey, this is what needs to come next, this type of analysis or these follow-up tasks or better connections between, this effort or that to address what are coming from needs identified by, again, alliance members, so tribal governments, the 3 states, federal agencies, to understand kind of the regional next steps that may emerge. Again, those are just recommendations, so they're not hard and fast, and there's nothing, specifically binding to them, other than to say they would hopefully be useful so that if that's, a future federal activity or if states are working together, tribes are engaging around these issues and can inform what future analyses might look like, that I think would just be within that set of recommendations, but there's nothing beyond that that we would then say, now we're committed to putting money towards that, or we require this agency to do something about it. It's really more of a, I think, that state of play that then is a TBD answer beyond next fall.
No, thanks. That makes perfect sense. Last call for questions from John, or for John, better yet.
I have a lot of questions I can ask. I'm just kidding. I won't do that.
You'll probably get disappointing answers, depending upon who you ask. Should we hand it off to Susan now?
I think we should.
Well, Corey saved the day.
Sorry, I lost track of where we were. Are we going to have discussion on this topic?
Yes. Well,
okay.
Susan's going to introduce us to a document that she sort of started to put together. Sorry, Susan, I don't mean to steal your limelight here. That kind of goes into the list of entities that we're generally aware of who may be occupying this space. And then I think once that's done, that'll kind of put a button on all the things we've talked about, and then probably have a more detailed discussion about this.
Okay, I'll wait then. Thanks.
Susan, the floor is yours.
Okay. Thanks, Mike. That was a good introduction. So let me see if I can share my screen here. Okay, so I haven't sent this around yet because it's nowhere near finished and ready for distribution. But the last time we talked, I said, for me to wrap my mind around where all these questions should go and things like that, I need to think of who would they go to. So that was my idea for starting a list of what entities would be looking at some of the questions we might have. So that's where I put together this list and just, got from their website a little bit about what they do, who they are, things like that. So the Pacific Offshore Wind Consortium was one that Dr. Nielsen talked about the last time we got together. So I started with that one. And I'll just run through them real quick and then we can go back and talk about some of them or what. That led me to the National Offshore Wind Consortium, which I didn't even know existed. It's part of the Department of Energy and was started with the New York State Energy Research and Development Authority. We have the West Coast Ocean Alliance, which we've already heard from John, so I won't go through that one. The Pacific Northwest National Laboratory, working on renewable energy. We've seen a lot from them. And we've also seen a lot from NREL, the National Renewable Energy Laboratory. And I haven't filled that one out yet. Another one that was brought to my attention was the Cooperative Institute for Marine Ecosystem and Resource Studies. I haven't dug into that one yet. There's also the National Academies and the Pacific Marine Energy Center. And Mike, you had talked about some work that the California Marine Sanctuary Foundation was doing, but I haven't gotten into these yet. But as you all know, sometimes these consortiums and entities, have collaborative partners with educational institutions, state departments, things like that. So, I was trying to list educational institutions that are also looking at offshore wind and sea grant programs. Eventually, I was looking at next steps. We may also want to consider in the future wave energy. And then I have some a list of related links and resources. Corey, you had mentioned something about, where can we find studies, things like that. You probably already know about TETHIS, but PNNL puts it together and they list all the studies that they've been doing that are, completed. BOEM has a good document library. I just haven't put that on here yet, but that's kind of where my mind went as to how to figure out, say if we had questions about, I don't know, off the top of my head, whale entanglement in offshore wind transmission cables or anchor chains. Well, we probably wouldn't go to, where is it? The National Offshore Wind Research Consortium, because it really looks at how to make offshore wind work. It promotes research and development activities that reduce cost and risk of offshore wind development projects. But that may be better suited to somebody like the Pacific Offshore Wind Consortium, since they work with some educational entities and the Pacific Marine Energy Center, etc. So I don't know, if this is helpful. It kind of helps focus my mind. But that's what I put together so far. And once I get it in more of a finished product, I'm happy to send it around. But just wanted to update you on what I was doing since the last meeting when I said I would put this together. So any ideas, suggestions, how this fits in? Open for discussion.
Yeah, just from my perspective, Susan, and thanks for doing this. I mean, I think that when we initially sat down and developed our list of questions, it was made very clear to the council that we weren't the ones who were supposed to develop the answers to those questions, right? But try to identify potential agencies, entities, ... who could provide those answers. And I think what you've done here is sort of listed those that we currently know about.
Right.
Anyone else have initial thoughts, ideas? Jessica.
No, I agree, Susan. Thank you for doing this. This is extremely helpful. And I, like you, also think about, not only the question, but then the who. And so I think that we can continue to develop this list, and this list will continue to grow as like John's efforts move forward as well. But it's a good starting point of who we know right now. I think that from a state perspective, I can take this back to my state, and think about in Oregon, what and who is missing from this and what their roles are in this space. But appreciate just this first stab at it for sure.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, that was my intention, was to look at it as who's missing, what can we add to the list? And like you say, it will develop over time. Just like our list of questions will change over time. So
Corey.
Yeah, even before seeing what, yeah, thanks for this, Susan. But my what I was gonna say earlier was just thinking institutionally and just kind of off the cuff, and that I think WCOA would be institutionally situated to do this part. And I was gonna think, and Susan, if they're gonna hire a contractor, I think you got a leg up if you're so interested. But I mean, because, and then what we, I think, and again, just thinking out loud here, what this group would really want to do would be focus on the questions that, in the dialogue of getting to the things that we care about most from the fishing community's perspective. But yeah, I guess the main thought was just, I think WCOA has so many people involved, and they have the resources that they could put this kind of thing on their website and keep it up to date, maybe more easily than we could. But that was before Susan showed me that she's already done all of that. So yeah, no, it was just, yeah, I'm just kind of thinking back to how could the questions Jessica was having, what WCOA is doing versus what we do, and how they don't be duplicative and help one another.
Thanks for that, Corey. Anybody else? All right, Carrie, you want to kick off the conversation part of it?
Sure. I thought we already had, but yeah, maybe we should talk a little bit about expectations for our report, and for presenting this to the council. I guess first of all, in chatting with Mike and Susan, and Jessica, I don't know if you were in on those, but we thought, depending on how long this, how many pages this portion of it would be, we might want to have this as a second separate report to the council, just to sort of compartmentalize it a little bit. We'd have our regular report with all the updates and the summary of the Lisa and Lila show earlier, and then have this as a standalone, just something to think about. But I also think that, part of our task here is to, you know, identify what the sideboards are, right? Because, you know, you can do a Google search and find countless organizations, entities, research institutions, you know, NGOs, whatever, who are, you know, would fit the bill for, you know, inclusion in that list that Susan started. So, you know, maybe right now we started as a sort of low-hanging fruit laundry list, but then we might need to, I don't know, refine it, or you know, think about, you know, what, you know, the sideboards, or and the purpose where we're kind of going with this whole effort has evolved somewhat. Jessica was hinting at that. You know, we're not doing cumulative impacts evaluation or assessment, but we see the need. And so I kind of see our mission here as advising the council on who's doing what, of course, and presenting some of the key questions and identifying data gaps, you know, either kind of on our own, or you know, in you know, sort of collaboration with like West Coast Oceans and Sea Grant and things like that. But what we want to, you know, so we can't hand the council a cumulative impacts analysis for the West Coast, but we can help them frame their thinking in terms of, you know, communities and the fishing industry and the habitats that are being affected. And yeah, so you know, I don't know if that's clarifying it very much, but in my mind, I kind of see us as, you know, that's kind of the end. Well, maybe the you know, first goal is to you know, just help frame this issue for the council, and then of course actually getting to a you know, a coast-wide sort of a long-term cumulative impacts evaluation of some sort would be great. That's kind of the holy grail. But anyway, that just helps me think a little bit in terms of, you know, how we want to frame this and present it to the council. We don't want to just give them a list of, you know, 50 organizations that are doing, you know, valuable stuff, but we do want to kind of help, you know, point them towards you know, what's going on, who's doing what, and maybe they want to, you know, I don't know, reach out or provide a forum, or identify, you know, the sort of best vehicle or the best way for this committee and or the council to, you know, continue their involvement. So anyway, just wanted to put that out there in terms of, you know, thinking ahead to presenting to the council. I'll stop there. Jessica.
Yeah, so I think, Carrie, I think it makes sense to have this be separate than the regular MPC report. I think that makes sense in my mind. So I'd support that. And I do also totally agree that there needs to be some sideboards, and that this first step is really kind of creating our purpose and need for this, and reminding the council like about some of these conversations, and then trying to have maybe in an appendix some of these entities where we can highlight, you know, there has been a lot of, because of the MPC's venue, there's been a lot of collaboration and communication between organizations like the West Coast Ocean Alliance that could take some of these efforts and continue to move them forward and continue to update them, because Susan's done a great job there. And really, I like the idea that Lila brought up earlier of really, I think that list of questions is really where the council has been focused. And if we could come up with a way of not just providing just the list, but a mechanism for what the council may want to use as a prioritization scheme of the checking of the box. That was a great idea, Lila, of fisheries management plus marine spatial planning kind of influences would be really great, because that would be a way to get at some of these not only data needs, but data gaps. And so like, I kind of think that there's, you know, this purpose and need, there's talking about that there's a difference between some of the data needs and data gaps, and then just some of these questions, and then bringing that forward that information, looking at it at a more cumulative scale. So those are kind of the sideboards in my head that I see around this document, but happy to hear other people's views as well.
Go ahead, Corey.
Yeah, I was thinking about what Steve Joner said earlier before lunch, about the focus of the tribes, their priority, and I think I've kind of had very similar thoughts when we were within the state talking about research consortium type things. And it's, but and to remind people, what Steve said is, and Steve, correct me if I got it wrong, but that we focused with NOAA on and NOAA's science plan for offshore wind. So yeah, I don't know why that we wouldn't be doing the same thing, I guess. You know, Lila keeps telling us it's coming out any day, and someday she'll be right. But why not use that, you know, say for the adding seabirds and some other things, kind of as our guiding document as well. And Steve, maybe I took what you said too far, but I do think that is the most well framed document we've seen so far on thinking about this question. And so also thinking, you know, as the tribes are having a dialogue with NOAA about helping them answer the questions they have, it should be very similar for the council working with NIMS and others to have the questions it cares about answered and researched.
Jessica.
Question for you then, Corey, on that. I don't disagree. I think that there's a really great framework outlined in NIMS's science strategy. So would you say then that the priority would be that document and the questions kind of that are linked to that document, and those other questions like what we heard from Scott of like port infrastructure and kind of, you know, capacity are not included, are included in secondary? What are your thinking there? I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah, no, I mean, well, what's going through my head is what we've kind of been doing all this meeting is, you know, thinking back to Kelly Andrews and even Lisa's and Lila's report as we're having this discussion about science and then, you know, and then policy management side of it. So how do you get the research lined up to what policy cares about and vice versa? And so it just takes back and forth of the type we're trying to we're doing here in a nascent fashion. But so yeah, so Scott's question would fit in, you know, to that dialogue. And you know, I don't know how I would label it at this point, but you know, it's a type of community impact. So yeah, it takes us back and forth between the researchers and folks like us. And we've been talking similarly about it at the WCMAC and what a research consortium would look like and how would you get the part about what the public cares about into the research discussions. So maybe that's skirting your question, but I guess it's mostly what's the best way to have that dialogue is kind of where my train of thought is going.
All right. I'll follow up on that a little bit. Corey, I appreciate what you said about aligning, the sort of policy needs or goals with, the science and the impacts. That's important to keep in mind. And I think that's, the council, for those who don't live and breathe the Pacific Fishery Management Council, the last year, or maybe a little bit longer than that, they've really been focusing on being leaner and prioritizing and avoiding mission creep, which happens easily. We're shortening our council meetings, the 5 council meetings per year. Our goal is now, I think 5 or 4.5 days when possible. Corey can correct me if I'm wrong on that, but and then also, as part of that effort, we took a first cut. I didn't do this, but it was other people on staff. Basically, looked at all of our functions, our fishery management plans, and our non-fishery management plan activities, and sort of put these into bins of, core function, mandate of the Magnuson Act versus, secondary things, that are of course important, but they're not mandated. We're mandated to look at impacts to habitat and follow national standards for best science and for considering the well-being of coastal communities, but we're not mandated by Magnuson to, track offshore wind energy development and that sort of thing. So, and I'm not saying that for any, any specific reason other than just to sort of help keep framing it. And I think it's good for us to really think about, like, how will this be of most utility to, the council? And maybe part of this, what we should do is to think about the questions that we want to pose back to the council, for guidance in this area. But anyway, when you said you talked about aligning the sort of policy direction with the science and impacts and data gaps, I think that was I appreciated that, and I think it helped sort of frame it in my mind a little bit too. Corey.
I can let Lila go first there. I would love to let Lila to go first, I should say.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see her hand up. Yeah, go for it, Lila.
Okay, thanks, Corey. Well, building off of what you and Carrie said in terms of sideboards and connecting it with the policy, and even thinking about, if eventually there is a regional offshore wind entity similar to what's on the East Coast with the RWSC. The RWSC doesn't have a fisheries subgroup or committee. I don't know what they call them, but anyway, so that might be something that happens on the West Coast. But I mean, I think the council family is the place to go to figure out what are, what does the fishing community want to see in some of these assessments, right? And so in terms of focusing our efforts, I think you're right in terms of connecting it to the policy. And like I said earlier, connecting it to data gaps, data needs that will also have benefits to fisheries management. And really, doing the one thing that the council family does well, and being that authority to address the data gaps and prioritize those needs, and then expand from there. Once those have been met, then maybe branch out farther, but really trying to get at, if there was a group that was doing a West Coast cumulative impacts analysis or, effects of potential build out scenarios, they would be looking to the council family for what data is needed, right? So maybe that's where we focus for now. I mean, there could still be other questions in terms of other concerns about cumulative effects, but maybe in terms of focusing the effort, just to start with like a bite size, trying to really just prioritize the fisheries, you know, what's within our scope currently, like you outlined, Carrie.
Yeah, thank you. And I was also, I'll jump in front of you, Corey, sorry. I was also thinking about both the socioeconomic characterization report that you guys presented and the civic fishing effort map. I always get that wrong. I hope I got it right. PACFEM, which all, you know, would play a role in this as well. Go ahead, Corey.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think that report was great in terms of, you know, getting thinking about what we can't answer, what data we do and don't have. I guess what is most important to the council's mandates? I mean, we're talking about cumulative impacts here because people aren't satisfied with the way that BOEM does it with NEPA. But if you took a mildly expansive view of what NEPA asked for, it's the, you know, reasonably foreseeable, you know, whatever effects of actions, you know, in the ocean basically. And so maybe it's not the council's mandate directly, but it's NIMS is also subject to those NEPA rules. So I kind of fits within the Magnuson Act in my mind, but it's also which questions are most important to pay attention to is a tough one to answer. But yeah, planning for offshore wind isn't in the Magnuson Act, but you know, looking to the effects on the marine ecosystem and to the effects that other things have on the national standards are definitely relevant. And I'm not saying, Carrie, that you were saying this is not directly related, but I mean, there's a connection there that everyone sees in terms of the potentially, you know, the effects will be felt by the people who fish and by the ecosystem, you know, depending on what they are, of course. And yeah, going back, I thought the way Steve said it this morning, you know, really resonated. Just, yeah, Noah's showing some leadership here with that science plan, and it could help us organize our thoughts. And yeah, maybe it is speaking to things we don't think are answered in there. But yeah, I think we're all trying to think of like, how can we, you know, not having all the time and people in the world to do things, what is the best use of our time or what will be most helpful? But I think that the commonality is caring about, you know, the effects that on the ecosystem that spread throughout to fishing communities.
Yeah, well, the good news is that there are a lot of people and organizations that are, you know, sort of circulating in this world of cumulative impacts and formulating the questions that need to be asked and figuring out how to address them and get the information needed. So, in a way, our job, you know, is fairly easy, I guess. You could, I'm probably going to get punched by Mike and Susan and Jessica for saying that, but you know, really, like realizing how much is going on right now is super helpful. And this is, you know, what we had hoped for, is that there would be some momentum and funding. So I think at the first cut, you know, we present this to the council and we you know, we expand on the list of questions that we started working on earlier this year, and yeah, you know, sort of take it from there. Lila.
And yeah, and just to add to some of the thinking on this in terms of what's within the council's scope and how it would relate to their regular activities, like under fisheries management, because it would be good to identify actions or questions that the council would have an ability to take action on. For instance, like if there was a desire to create new data collection, you know, that would be satisfying a fisheries management need at the same time it was satisfying bringing more information in to the table on offshore wind analysis too. Does that make sense? So just thinking of another way to sort of narrow or help prioritize some of the recommendations.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I think what you're saying is, yeah, you know, look at sort of the you know, first and foremost, you know, sort of mission or issues, and you know, and expand out from there as appropriate. I think that's what more or less what you were saying, Jessica.
Yeah, building off what Lila just said, Carrie, maybe this question's directed towards you. It's almost as if this document would be in its sense kind of like a research and data needs, which is a council agenda item, right? That we go back and look at from different FMP perspectives, but maybe not from a marine planning perspective. So is an idea that I'm just thinking of, like how to keep this updated, is that this is kind of fitting into a good time scale of all of this work is kind of starting up with the WCOA work and kind of where all these different groups are starting to think about what kind of data needs and science is needed and data gaps, and with the strategy coming out from NIMS. So would a potential proposal be that this is almost the MPC's version of a data and research needs document, and that it gets rolled into that? I don't know. I don't know if that's a bad idea. I'm just thinking on the fly here. Because that would help with prioritization of the different data sources that are needed for fishery management. And to Lila's point, having that identified of which ones could kind of feed into that as well. So just curious your thoughts, Carrie. If that's a very bad idea, I will retract it.
No bad ideas. I like, yeah, I like that way of thinking about this. You know, holding up our research and data needs document next to this, and you know, seeing how they sort of interrelate. I don't see this as, you know, being included into you know, our overall research and data needs document. We're trying to streamline that immensely down from a like multi-hundred page thing down to literally a few pages. But and the draft, there's a spoiler alert, the draft that'll be in the November briefing book has a few bullet points under each of our FMPs, and there's 2 or 3 offshore wind related research needs that are in there. So there's, you know, some alignment there. But then the other thing that you made, you know, that you reminded me of is that, you know, the purpose of the council's research and data needs document is to, it's both inward facing and outward facing, so that the science centers, you know, funders, other organizations can, you know, see what are truly our priorities and that they mean something. Right now we have so many, we built a whole database because of it, and so it kind of became, you know, meaningless in a way. I don't mean that as a pejorative, but you know, like what isn't a research and data needs priority? So anyway, I do see some you know, alignment there between the two, and you know, as the R&D needs document, you know, becomes rebuilt. I'm not sure what the timeline is, but we can certainly use it, you know, maybe vice versa also, but it can help sort of, you know, provide sort of, you know, relative importance for the different parts of this, you know, cumulative impacts, data needs, data gaps, stuff that we're working on.
Yeah, and I would also just say it seems like there's a timeline for that, right? That comes back up in front of the council so that things can be updated in it, and achievements can be crossed off and new data needs can be added. And so I just want to make sure too that we consider who and how often this document also goes through that process and outline that for the council, so that it's clear what that capacity and workload is going to be into the future.
Yeah, got it. Okay, so that's a real sort of nuts and bolts, something that we can include when we report to the council. That's a good idea. All right, anyone else? Have we talked this into the ground?
So Carrie, is this draft report on the same timeline as the MPC report? So trying to get a draft to the entire MPC by Monday and then into the briefing book by the end of next week. Is that correct?
If at all possible, yes.
Okay.
I would like to see that. Sorry.
Yeah,
I think
okay.
you've asked me that question already. I think you're answer shopping now.
Well, sometimes it helps to ask multiple times until you get what you're looking for.
You might get a different answer. Yeah, our first priority is the main report where we summarize, all the stuff that we normally do, and then this would be a close second priority. I'm hoping that we can get both in the advanced briefing book. So let's shoot for that. But if we run into some hiccups, then so be it. Susan's had a great start, and I was envisioning that we could dust off some of what we worked on earlier this year and look at last year's report. So hopefully it won't be a super heavy lift to put this one together, but we'll see.
I just think what I heard from this is we'll definitely need a lot of input around the questions and connecting those questions to those, data gaps versus data needs and policy priorities of the council. And so that's what I took away from some of this discussion. So that's kind of where my head's going to be at.
Yeah, no, I think you're spot on. And you reminded me that what we've talked about a little bit is asking the other advisory bodies for their feedback on this. I know we usually tell them, don't say anything, don't write a report. But in this case, I don't know if that would be something that they would, write supplemental reports on, or if they would just, we'd have the sort of a verbal conversation and when we're briefing the ABs on marine planning. But probably more appropriate for the former, for them to actually put their ideas down. And they don't have to be, these don't have to be, multi-page supplemental reports, but that might be a good way to elicit some of the input from the ABs. And Jessica, you probably have some thoughts on that.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Carrie. I've been I've been struggling with how the MPC can be most effective at that, like bringing in the advisory body comments and interests, because I understand that there's not always like meetings prior to council where these discussions can be had. Sometimes it's like on the floor. And so I just wasn't sure if the new model of kind of some of these cross FMP agenda items has been kind of like not only just distilling that through the membership here on the MPC, but also through council staff or whoever's briefing those groups. And so I was curious on what the best avenue is, because in my mind, if we could have those questions sooner rather than later to incorporate, then that would help with like making sure that they're part of any type of prioritization process that we're proposing, instead of having them just added at the end. Or if we're looking for feedback, is it that because this isn't something that needs to happen right away, is this more that we put this out there and ask for feedback by the next council meeting? Just trying to think of like timing on this and the council action for it. Would it need to come under this agenda item, or could those discussions happen in between council meetings. I don't know. So I've just been thinking about how to make sure we're not having a bunch of additional reports, but at the same time, all that information is getting incorporated. So happy to hear what's the best process for that or people's thoughts on it. I don't have a smoking gun.
So can I jump in on that question specifically?
Go.
So I'm looking at the proposed meeting agenda for November, and it looks like marine planning is slated for, oh crap, looks like it's going to be
First
after
thing.
lunch. Well, it's after lunch on day one, right? And none of the other advisory bodies, save the GAP and the GMT, that they're gathering on the 13th, but none of the other ABs are going to be meeting until the 14th. So it would be difficult at best, right, to have a conversation in the morning, develop a report based on the document that we submit, and then get it there so that we could all have comments on it during the November council meeting. So it would almost seem that we would be inviting the conversation on the propriety and depth of the questions until the March meeting, unless Carrie, you want to try to, unless you think it's valuable to set up webinars with the other ABs in advance of that.
Well, we do have several advisory bodies who are meeting in advance of the main meeting. So, right now I'm thinking of sort of two ways we could handle this. One is that we could just play this out on the council floor, and if there's ABs that wouldn't be able to submit something until after the agenda item, well, yeah, I guess once the agenda item is over, you're not supposed to submit anything for the record. So I don't know if maybe that wouldn't be such a good thing. But the other thing is that this would be, I wish I'd thought about this sooner, but we have representatives from most of the other advisory bodies. So each of you could, tomorrow we could put together, an email that, summarizes this and asks certain questions, and you could each reach out to your own advisory bodies and see if, what they can come up with, in short order in a few days, and then we could incorporate that into the MPC report. I also think that what I envision is that we'll report to the council in November, and then at the end we'll say, and we'll come back in, June with an update on this. And so for the June version or the future version of this, we could take what we hear at the council meeting, or even after the council meeting, and incorporate it. So it's not like we have to absolutely have everything, in advance of our report or of the council meeting. But anyway, there's a couple ideas that I'd appreciate y'all's feedback on. Thank you, Whitney. I see your chat.
That makes sense here. Sorry, I'm got my face stuffed with food.
Does anyone object to that idea of, Mike and Susan, Jessica and I, we could come up with a email request and just have each of you then reach out to your ABs? Who knows? Maybe we'll get some good input. Well, I don't see anyone objecting mightily. I think Whitney, you're. Thank you, Susan. Whitney, you make a good point. We don't want this to be a burden. So maybe even doing the email method would be a way of not taking up AB's agenda time. So Richard likes that idea. All right. Well, why don't we start with that and see where it goes. And then that still, like I said, that still would allow other ABs to provide input, either after the meeting on the side, whatever. And I think that's legitimate also, because it could come through you guys as the representatives to those advisory bodies. We don't really have the, Whitney's with the GMT. Like I said, we don't have all advisory bodies represented, but most. Okay, well, I'm also looking at the time. We took a little longer on this than scheduled, but I think that's okay. And we had a little extra time since we were efficient earlier in the meeting. So Mike, Susan, anyone, should we wrap this one up and move on?
Sure. Do you have any other public comment, though?
Oh, we can ask for it.
Yeah.
Any public comment? Yeah, raise your hand. I don't see anyone new, well, except for one person who wasn't on this morning. But yeah, if anyone does want to make a public comment, now's your chance. All right, I'm not seeing any.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Well, yeah, thanks everyone. I think that was a good conversation. And let's wrap up this agenda item. I want to thank John Hanson again for joining us and sharing his thoughts. And oh, John, I know, is this RFP going out, or has it gone out, or?
No, we haven't developed the RFP yet, so it's going to probably go out not for a couple more months, pending some discussions with the Alliance. So we've got a little time.
Got it. Okay, sounds good. Well, thanks again for joining us. I appreciate it. And Jessica for also helping to lead this item, and Susan for taking the first shot at putting together the list of and description of entities. All righty then. Yeah, John, you're welcome to stick around if you want, or anyone, but you don't have to unless you want to hear us talk about making report assignments and future workload planning. Okay, oops. I'm pulling back up the agenda. All right, then we're on to the last agenda item of the day. Which is really two items. One is a discussion on anything today that we heard, and then the timeline for the November MPC reports, two of them, and yeah. So I'll start with that. I mentioned this earlier. And what we were thinking was that we would like to have draft sections of the report. You guys all know the routine. By the 14th, when is that? That's Monday, right? Yeah. Oh, and I realize that's a holiday for a lot of people. So, if you're not able to do it by then, please send it our way by the morning of the 15th. And we'll package it into a comprehensive document and put it back out to the MPC for review with comments due the 17th, Thursday the 17th, and then it's due for the briefing book on Friday the 18th. It seems like sometimes we do this all on Google Docs, sometimes we do it in a Word document. What's your preference? Should we just have one Google Doc and everyone just populate it as you go? Does anyone care?
Yes, please.
I like Google Docs.
Me too.
All right, great. Well, let's I'll build a Google Doc, or knowing Susan, she probably already did. And let's just do that. My only caveat is that when Google Docs become overpopulated with edits and it's in track changes mode, it can become very cumbersome. So just as you're reviewing, when we get to the point of reviewing and editing these, try to avoid the temptation to do, lots and lots of strike through track changes type of edits. And anyway, that's my only fear, but
Carrie?
all right. That sounds, yes.
I'll assume that after we populate the Google Doc and getting the first draft together, that you'll also send around a Word version to the folks who are less than comfortable with Google Docs.
Yes, I'd be happy to do that. And also, a lot of the time, what we try to do is if there's a write-up of, like last month, it was the Oregon Sea Grant, Karina Nielsen. If we write up a presentation by John Hansen, I like to run it by them, just, for fact checking. So I'll plan to do that too. Okay, and then while we're talking about the future, well, I already mentioned this, that we're looking at an early December, couple hour meeting, maybe 3 hours or something, to consider the California offshore wind DEIS and maybe the AOAs if they're available. I'll send a doodle poll. It's been on my list to do. And maybe at the same time, we'll, in advance of the March meeting, we'll have a meeting at some point, probably February. I'll have to look at the calendar. I haven't looked that close, but you'll see a doodle poll on that at some point too. Okay, any questions about the plans for doing the reports or upcoming meetings? Jessica, your hand is up.
Yeah, for the upcoming meeting one, I think it would be really great if we could have a discussion around the design envelope and that document and what's included in it, as kind of thinking about the draft PEIS and, kind of all the impacts that are potentially now kind of enumerated in that. So that would just be a pitch I have, that I think that if we could get, either a presentation or at least go through that document, I think that's a really interesting bit of information where there's actually now some numbers and some schematics of what build outs could look like. So that would just be my pitch.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a great idea. And Mike was saying the same thing. Let's plan on that. Corey.
So what's a designer envelope? I'm just kidding. That's what I heard you say at first. Just separate topic. Do we want to say anything about meeting in person next year, and at what point in time that might be? I think we were all ready to be prepared to be there in person on the 12th. Anyway, do we want a meeting planning statement, or is that beyond what's needed?
We could, or we could just put it in our main report. Like I said, it is in the provisional budget, but it doesn't hurt to give a voice of support for it. Jessica's your hand back up?
Yeah, it's a different topic though, if that's okay.
And if I'm the only one interested in that topic, then we don't need to put, would there be a meeting where it would be useful to be in person? I forget the reason why we thought November would be good, but and it doesn't seem urgent. It's probably not the March meeting.
Yeah, but it's good to keep in. Yeah, it's good to keep in mind, though. I appreciate that. In fact, I'm going to look at the calendar for next year and see if there's any, because we have to sort of cram this in before the other advisory bodies start, and so there's really like one day available, and marine planning is only on for the meeting, so we probably have 4 days to possibly meet next year, unless we wanted to have a completely standalone meeting outside of the council meeting. Jessica, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to ask Carrie, there is and this is only because I'm on another group, so that isn't under the marine planning agenda item also going to be an update to the council on the California MPA discussion? Am I wrong there? And do we need to talk about that? I don't think we do, but I don't know. Just trying to.
I am so glad you brought that up.
I totally
That was
forgot
one-
about it until just now.
I know that was even on my list. Yeah, so this may be a surprise to most of you, but don't worry. So recall that in June, I think it was, I'm spacing on his name. He's HMS fisherman, came to the council and shared a petition that he submitted to the California Fish and Game Commission to modify some of the California MPAs to relax the rules about fishing. Every 10 years, the commission and CDF&W have this petition process, and maybe this is the first one, at least in this sort of construct. And so they're taking petitions from whoever wants to submit them to make changes to their MPA system. One of those would that Blake Herman, that's his name, submitted, would change the MPAs, 3 of them that straddle both the state and the federal waters around the Channel Islands. Well, 2 on the Channel Islands and 1 on what's it called? I forget the name. That other island. Someone can help me out here, but it's part of the Channel Islands National Marine Sanctuary. Anyway, it generated a lot of buzz and discussion. Thank you, Mike. And at first it seemed like, oh, this is something that is is actionable by the council or needs to dive into, and so we looked into that and had a lot of discussions with CDF&W and the National Marine Sanctuaries and the California Council members. And anyway, the bottom line is there's not really any action for the council to take at all relative to these petitions. They're petitions that are with the commission and CDF&W, and they're putting a report into the briefing book that is just very informational. It's like, hey, here's the petition process we have. Here's where you can go read the petitions, and here's the sort of timeline and process for how we're going to address them. And the Channel Islands Sanctuary has also been helping with that. Our leadership thought, we thought about putting it in as just an informational report, but those sometimes kind of get lost, and they don't really have any floor time of their own, dedicated floor time. They didn't want to add a whole new agenda item, and so the decision was made to place the CDF&W report under the marine planning agenda item. Sorry, it took me a long time to get there. And so there will be this under the marine planning item, but this committee does not need to talk about it. In fact, we shouldn't. And our plan is to get through all of our regular marine planning business. Michael do the slideshow. We'll have, we'll go through all the regular stuff that we do. And then we'll turn to CDF&W. And so I want to, draw sort of a thick line between the stuff that we're working on, and then they can have their discussion. CDF&W can read their report, and people can ask questions, that kind of thing. But we're not directly involved with that. But you will see that under the marine planning item. So thank you, Jessica, for reminding me of that. And ask questions now if you want, but that's my sort of overview of that issue.
Thanks for that, Carrie. I appreciate it. I just was remembering that it was coming up under here because we've previously been talking about it in the HMS AS and MT. So appreciate that overview.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and they didn't want to plunk it under one of the FMPs because it just has sort of a broader range of interest, I guess. Okay, I see no hands up. So then in that case, this is also, we've talked about the logistics and sort of what's coming over the next month or two, good suggestions on including the project design envelope for our next meeting. Does anyone have any questions, going back to Lisa and Lila's presentation from this morning on the socioeconomic characterization of fisheries, or anything else that we talked about? Do we need any more discussion? This is your chance to have that. Mike Conroy.
I have a very unfair question. Given that is there any plans for either Lila or Lisa to present that to the council, or an abbreviated version of that to the council?
I don't think we've made plans to, but I think that's a great idea if it seems appropriate. Lila, what do you think, and what are the rest of you all MPC members think of that?
Well, Lisa is not on the on the line anymore, so we'd have to talk with her about that. I guess a question back to Mike and the group is, there was that list of data gaps at the end, and there really wasn't a discussion about that, but would that be, if there was going to be a presentation at the council, would it also help to have any sort of input from the MPC at that time about those data needs? The rec fisheries data is one that keeps coming up. And it just keeps coming up as a question, what are we going to do about that? So I don't know.
Wouldn't that be, and maybe I'm underthinking it or overthinking, and I tend to do that a lot, but couldn't that be a nice segue into the data gaps document that is being worked on, that's going to be a separate item in and of itself?
It could.
But Jessica to the rescue.
I may have written down those data gaps and data needs, Lila, so that they could be incorporated into questions. But yeah, I do agree that I think if possible, I think that presentation would be really useful for the council to see, specifically, just to keep the council aware too of the types of data streams that are going to be available for some of the just future fisheries management decisions. I think it's always good to remind what type of socioeconomic data streams are available and where those gaps are, so that they can provide some guidance and feedback on priorities there as well. And then that would kind of be doubled potentially by a separate document that we have of what the data needs are, that are not only from a fisheries standpoint, but then from kind of that fisheries and marine spatial planning viewpoint. So I think it would be useful, but if Lisa's not available, I totally understand as well.
Well, I'll definitely check with her and get back to you all.
Fearless leader.
Yeah, that's you and Susan.
No.
Yeah, yeah. Thanks, Lila.
She can do it.
Is she listening?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was going to just make a sort of an alternate, an idea. You could, instead of giving the full, presentation as you did, you could just sort of incorporate it in more of a mini fashion into, the MPC report slideshow. I'm not suggesting that, but I am, but that's one option. We're going to have, it's a 2-hour agenda item. I'm kind of ballparking that 30 minutes of that is going to be that MPA business. So I think we should look at about an hour and a half worth for ours. So yeah, let's maybe we can talk about that on the side, Lila, and just you can help me think through it a little bit more. Yeah, and and make a plan about whether to sort of do the full presentation or take some of the slides and incorporate them into Mike's PowerPoint or whatever. But let's follow up on that if that's okay.
Okay, sounds good.
Sorry, that was a long-winded way of saying let's follow up on that. Okay, Mike, Susan, anyone? Are we done here? Let me look at my notes. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think we're done.
I think we are.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess we are. I don't see anything else on our notes that we didn't cover. So I guess if there's any last comments, go ahead. Otherwise, I'll turn to Mike and Susan to finish it up and adjourn the meeting.
Go ahead,
I
Susan.
have nothing but thanks for attending.
Ditto.
Yeah, thanks everyone. We really appreciate it, and take care, be safe, and we'll be in touch soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.